Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here.
I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dawn time, sitting in for Dawn. I said the pineapple juice, but I think there's a little bit more than just a little voice. So, Dawn, get well. Happy Mother's Day. Yesterday, on our watch, Dan, I, and Henry, the Pope story broke, and Henry had one of the best insights, which was why the name Pope Leo the 14th. That will be the side question today. We'll be talking names and name changes. He went from his Christian name to his Pope name. Well, Leo the 13th was the all-time social justice warrior. And I saw Cardinal Dolan today saying, oh, he'll get along great with Trump. He'll build bridges. I'm just tired of hearing this stuff with these guys. This is a knockoff of Pope Francis. And they're clever in that they picked an American on paper. He was born here. But he's more of the Latin liberation theology, dual citizenship. Dual citizenship is anathema. We don't, I don't even know how it's allowed in the legal status of it anymore, but I'm against it, and I always will be against it. I see no need to do this. But I wanted to start. They know their guy. They know they won another one yesterday. The Philadelphia Inquirer, 8 printed pages. In Pope Leo XIV, the world gains an American leader to counterbalance Trump's cruelty. So all those great people that were with us the other night, they're huge fans of President Trump. And one of the things I resent, and I know they would resent, is being told we're cruel. Who are the people that are more charitable? The more coming to the rescue when a cop is shot, when you have a charity like Nick with the bike race to, survival race to Atlantic City. And umpteen things, the Travis Manion Foundation. Look at what people are doing. That's cruel, though. You support a guy who's cruel. And I went back because the Inquirer cites the Cardinal in Chicago in talking about the Pope. His name is Blaise Kupek of Chicago, who said it was contrary to both Catholic and American values. The world is watching as we abandon our commitment to American values. And you know what that was about with this guy, who, by the way, I pulled several reports on the Cardinal of Chicago being lambasted for claiming he didn't know about 400 priests and brothers who abuse kids. Didn't know anything about that.
I know nothing.
I know nothing. He was a Schultz. The Inquirer doesn't tell their readers that. And you know what he was complaining about with Trump, this Cardinal of Chicago they cite? Travelers from Muslim-majority countries. Well, Inquirer, it wasn't all Muslim countries. It was countries that have no system, birth records, anything, of checking anything. You remember that. Trump was protecting us, saying, no, I'm not going to roll the dice so that the Cardinal and the others feel good about people coming into our countries who might be terrorists. This is the type of nonsense that goes on. Now, as far as I can tell, the Pope, and I really am not concerned about all these matters inside the church, is pro-life. You would think that out of a Pope. He has talked against all the gender nonsense. Well, that's good. The big playing stage now, let's face it, this is all political. These guys are political. The conclave doesn't go far enough in how political they are. And I don't have to wait. We had a guy, it was a nice guy yesterday, toward the end of the show or at some point, as all this was going on, saying, well, don't you have to wait and see what he... No, I'm going by his social media. He's on social media. I'm going by the fact yesterday in his opener, he addressed people in Spanish and Italian. I wish I spoke another language. And we have sound of people saying, isn't it refreshing?
You don't speak Italian?
No, I don't.
You speak South Philly?
I mean, I got the hand thing going on constantly.
Yeah, and you know right, gabagool and mozzarella.
I know gabagool and mozzarella and calamari.
Yeah.
The calamari is a good one. Yeah.
Calamari. It's calamari.
I said that once on the air, and Dave Dorenzo, Daddy Dorenzo, was like, how can you be an Italian?
Well, he wanted gatamad?
Calamad.
Nah, come on. It's calamari.
Gabagool is my all-time favorite word, though.
Capicola.
All right, so let me also give you the side question here. We got a lot of sound to play. Rick Santorum in Rome will be coming up at 11:30. And a little bit later on, we'll talk with our buddy Phil Donahue.
To your point about the Pope, though, I don't mean to jump in, but he was. It almost seems like he was the successor chosen by Pope Francis.
He was. He had lunch with him 2 or 3 times a week.
So my question then becomes, if he had a chosen successor, wouldn't the smoke have been white much sooner, unless they were back there debating whether or not they could overcome the PR nightmare that might come with what you're talking about here?
You know, I'd love to have the sound, the fact that this guy, the Pope coming up, took at least 2 former priests who were defrocked and had him stay in the friary steps away from an elementary school. You know, these guys, I think Dan's right. Come on, you guys are brutal, right? A guy called me yesterday, the conclave was a gut punch to the Catholic Church. It's reality. This is what they do. Listen to the language. I remember way back when Pope John Paul, Cardinal Kroll, who was beyond ruthless, if you lived in Philadelphia during that period of time, and he had to play golf at Bala and then lecture on all kinds of stuff, he would say about Pope John Paul, this guy's a real comer. You're going to see this guy's it. That seems pretty political to me. That doesn't sound like the Holy Spirit. So let's be honest about this. This is a very, very political situation. And to Dan's point, I think they thought of this guy. I think Pope Francis wanted this guy. I think they were sold, just think he'll be the first American. They wanted that rapper. But to your point, I think they were vetting, just like in Conclave, going back and forth. All right, you know, he didn't do anything during the pre-scandal. He wasn't as horrible as this guy, though. I mean, how many of these guys that were candidates had the pre-scandal? And the Inquirer puts them on notice, Dan, at the head of this. The subhead of their editorial day, can the new pontiff help the church regain the moral leadership lost in the priest abuse? They don't want the church to regain that moral leadership. In other words, Obama put the Catholic Church in a box. He essentially told them, you're not going to bother me on abortion and stuff like that because I'm going to say pre-scandal. And then what are you going to do about it? And they still haven't addressed. I'm telling you, I think conversations were going on. This is the guy. This is the Francis guy. And he knew all these bishops. He made some of these bishops. He's the one that chose them to be a bishop. He would sit at lunch with Francis and they would discuss who should be the bishop. So what does this mean for American Catholics? It means they're playing you.
Nelson Perez just spoke with the Inquirer. I didn't realize they were actually they knew each other personally, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, he says, I'm sure he's going to be extremely supportive and advocate for immigration all over the world, said Perez to the Inquirer.
You know what, Archbishop? You're a nice guy. You used to come on. I can't take it anymore. I couldn't do it because we couldn't talk about anything, really. What kind of immigration do you mean around the world? We're fine as people that support Trump, as support America First, support borders. We're fine with immigration. No, you mean migrants. You mean people going wherever they want. He's going to be an advocate for immigration all over the world.
For the Archbishop, Provost's humanitarian work in Peru and language skills are indicative.
Yeah.
What's my deal today, though? Indicative enough of how much the new Pope, whom Perez says speaks 5 languages and fluent in Spanish, values diversity. Pontiff makes a hard contrast, this is the Inquirer writing, from the, quote, America First immigration policies of President Donald Trump's administration.
All right, they're in the tank. And, you know, I hate to go replacement theory and all that stuff, but you can see who they want. They're flourishing in these countries where people shut up and do what they're told. In America, American Catholics do not. They do one or two things. They try to get parish councils going, or they just don't bother with them. They may still worship, but they don't care what they say. They've lost their teaching authority. And Archbishop Perez, the question I would ask, Archbishop, can you explain what you mean? Why does that jump out at you? What kind of immigration are you talking about? I know exactly what he's talking about. I will give one big uptick here, though, that I see pretty clearly with this cardinal. he's going to be much less confusing. Pope Francis would say stuff, they'd have to walk it back for hours. I think this guy's buttoned up, and I think he'll be straightforward on what he thinks. And then we'll be able to say, this is exactly where he's going as he's billed illegal immigration. This is where the battle is. Cruelty, again, do we need to talk about Lake and Riley? Do we need to talk about Morin, the Mrs. Morin? Do we need to talk about thousands of others? And I just want to see when this Pope goes to Chicago, where he's a native, what is he going to say about Chicago and progressivism? He's a big gun control guy. He's a big climate guy. How did we get this in the Catholic Church? Where did they come from? This roving band of progressives. How have they gotten dominance when progressivism is on the downturn around the world? People are voting against it in Europe even. How is it, Italy, they have a very conservative premier, for example. Brexit. How do we end up in the church with this type of situation?
Good question over on Twitter. Ill Skills writes in, Dom, how many immigrants is the Pope letting stay at the Vatican?
Exactly. They have walls at the Vatican. I've been there. And they have maybe, it's guesstimated, $1 trillion in art and decoration. So I don't think we need to be lectured on income inequality, climate, air conditioners, and mainly illegal immigration. And what is Trump's strongest issue? So is this cardinal saying America is a cruel place now? But there's going to be a big gauzy veneer here. People are going to say, he was just saying that on Twitter. No, he wasn't. This is what he believes. That's what these guys are about. I've had it with this mentality. And I wonder if you are a Catholic particularly, of any stripe, and it's an identity, not just a religion. You know it and I know. Parishes, where are you from? And you say, King of Peace, which is no longer there, but I'm still from King of Peace. King of Peace was a national parish. So it was Italians, and we played St. Gabriel's. I'm not going to say the word on the air, but we're playing St. Gabriel's, Dan, all Irish. King of Peace is all Italian.
Did your nuns speak Italian?
No, they were Irish. That's the thing. All the nuns were Irish.
No, wait, they're traitors.
We're playing St. Gabriel's, very Irish, but they have one Italian kid, and he's saying during the game, these were brawls, kill the blank, the D word.
No.
On us, and he's Italian.
What?
Because he identified with St. Gabriel's.
It was that intense that y'all throwing racial things?
Yeah, of course. And he was Italian himself, but he's saying it because he identified. They were an Irish national parish. When those teams played in South Philly, this was like, picture, I don't know, any rivalry you can think of in sports. It was beyond that. So this nonsense that they've concocted here with this Pope, I think you'll see play out pretty quickly. Cardinal Dolan can say whatever he wants, that he's going to build bridges with Trump. What's Trump doing that Pope Francis, did Pope Francis build bridges? No, they're in opposition. They want illegal immigration. They think it's biblical. They think we have no rights, and the Inquirer cannot wait to jump in. It's cruel. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Side question we'll be rolling with, and today we have the winner at 2:45-ish. You put your name into the hat. Today, if you give us a name change. Now, it could be a person, like the Pope going to Leo the 14th, or I have a couple that are, one prominent one that I support, not Gulf of Mexico, but Gulf of America. Not, I don't even say it anymore. I will never say the designation for the road I was on today is Kelly Drive. I've never recognized that. I still call it East River Drive. Went down hard. Should be Palumbo Drive. But how about an individual? Cassius Clay, which rang to Muhammad Ali. I always thought one of the great name changes was Malcolm X. And in later life, I'm a big fan of Malcolm X. And I think he's a guy that really did build bridges. So, Dan, what's yours?
How about we do one, Dom, that bounces back and forth, but a long time changed his name first to Isaac Yankem DDS from his name Glenn. And then Glenn went from Isaac Yankem DDS to none other than Kane from the WWE.
Yeah, there you go. It's
and
a
now
great
he
one,
goes
yeah.
by the name Mayor Glenn Jacobs, his actual name.
Governor
Out there in Knox
someday.
and common
Right.
guest here on the Dom Giordano program.
Absolutely. All right, so hit us with that name change. It could be a place, a thing, a person. What Dylan was what? Robert Zimmerman.
Really?
Yeah.
No, he
Oh,
wasn't.
yeah, Robert Zimmerman.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of
Robert
these.
Allen Zimmerman. Yeah.
A lot of these it's a big uptick when I broke into talk radio, most people were not using their real name. I was just coming into the wave where you could use your real name. And Tom Marr told me, are you crazy? Dominic Joseph Giordano in Philadelphia at that point, Dan, you would think of changing your name? You got to be kidding me.
You can't do that.
No, it was about
No.
35% Italian. Why would you do that? Yeah.
Here's one that I actually like. I'm not a big fan of the individual, but I like the name. How about Karen Elaine Johnson?
Karen Elaine Johnson.
Now known as Whoopi Goldberg.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. That's a good Hollywood name.
It's a really good Hollywood name. I gotta give her,
exactly.
yeah.
Joyless Joy Behar.
Is that her actual
It
name?
might be her actual name.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
By the way, we have
Josephine Victoria Joy Behar.
I was watching it yesterday, the replay of the Biden interview on The View, how much she had to lean in that any moment he was going to collapse and she was going to rescue him as she just asked a question.
I was waiting for him to keel over forward.
He was starting to, and she said, tell us more. That was the only question he asked. They just ran and tell us more. All right, you can get him right now. Hit us with that. Your reaction, are you happy with this? He's an American after all. That means everything. Is he really? I think Rick Santorum's going to be on board with this slightly. We'll see. He's calling us from Rome at around 11:30 here on the Dawn Show. 855-839-1210. You get in right.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife, Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Father Peter Donahue with us. He's the president of Villanova University and a good friend of Pope Leo XIV. We're still getting used to that. It must be for you. Scale of 1 to 10, the shock level when you found out not only is there an American Pope, but it's your friend Bob.
I was actually in a restaurant in Chicago having lunch with some friends.
And what did you think?
And they came on, and the TV in the restaurant came on saying there's white smoke. And I asked the manager to turn up the sound because we couldn't hear it. And when he walked out and said, Roberto Francesco Cardinale, I screamed in this restaurant.
Wow.
I mean, nobody really expected it. We talked about it, but nobody really was like, oh yeah, he's going to get it. He's the front runner.
The front runner. I mean, right there. I'm not going to. If people want to believe.
Well, he's saying nobody expected he was a front runner.
Yeah, but I mean the term front runner. There's no front runner with the Holy Spirit, Dan. The Holy Spirit
right,
comes to you,
bad.
right? That's
I
my
missed
point.
your point there, yeah.
And I try to tell Roe, that thinks it could be borderline blasphemous or sacrilege. It's not. The conclave is right. They're front runners. They're jockeying politically, and I think Dan's right. This guy all along was the Francis guy. They like he's American when he's really not. He's Latin American. The country. And they're debating, because it's coming out even more, and we talked about it yesterday, his role in the priest scandal. Inquire, they like it. His brother, Dan, this is on Grabian too. We'd like to have it for a little bit later. When you get a moment.
I can get it in
Second one in.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Pope Leo's brother. He thinks what Trump is doing on immigration is a total injustice.
Oh, no.
All right, yeah. But let's pull that.
I do have it right now. I have it ready.
Okay, all right. So here is Pope Leo XIV, the new pope. Here's his brother talking about what he thinks about Trump and immigration.
I think he sees the United States is headed in the wrong direction in terms of immigration. That this is a total injustice. These are people. Doesn't matter where they're born. They are people first. And so they need to be treated as people first.
I just hope others, here and overseas, that it doesn't turn political because, he's an American, he's going to screw the church up. Hopefully that doesn't happen, and it just keeps the nationalism out of it, and let's just be the Catholic Church.
All right, so the brother. Yeah, I think, and a guy telling me yesterday, and it was a friendly call, but we know what this guy's about. Total injustice. The Archbishop saying he's going to be this big fan of immigration, or the Archbishop in Philadelphia. You know what? Let's go a little bit deeper. Explain yourself. Don't give me, like Bob Harvey, we played you yesterday, Commissioner in Bucks County, suggesting that Trump is Hitler and this is Nazi Germany. Let's play it out. Let's hear you, buddy. Come on, we'll give you a full hour. I just want to hear the details, because when you start with the details. So how is this a total injustice that we have over 15 to 20 million people in this country illegally? Where's the injustice in that? And no, we're not going to do trials like Perry Mason for each and every person. We ought to be avoiding the El Salvador thing, other than for the very worst that we have, criminal documentation, have already been convicted, Venezuelan drug gangs. But with the others, we're going to bring the Maryland man back, and then we're going to kick him out instantly. That's what Americans want. And somehow or another, the church doesn't want to get that. If they were as tough and pushing on the issue of life and calling people out, when has this archbishop or this pope, when have they ever called it cruel that these Democrats want people to have the right? I'm not talking about the origin of life. I'm talking about what we all know well past the point of any debate over whether this is human life or not. When are they going to call that cruel, Joe Biden? When are we going to hear that from them? They don't. What is wrong with these people? It's progressivism. Cowardice, progressivism, and that they're used to being told, once they get to this level of bishop and beyond, nobody can say anything to them. It's blasphemous. They're the one that's blasphemous. The brother, he thinks that's pretty good. I don't think the brother, I'm surprised he gave the interview, is a total injustice. What's the injustice here? Maybe the Pope will put out an encyclical and tell us what the injustice is, to whom and why. And again, when I was sitting in with Nick for Dawn, you mentioned the Vatican has walls. They're not having thousands of people illegally come in there. No. All right, Rick Santorum's next. Friend, love what he says. He's in Rome, St. Peter's Square. I'm sensing he might go a little bit liking this guy and take the tack of give him time. I don't see it that way. And the brother, I think, is saying exactly what this new pope thinks. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in on Talk Radio 1210.
We're expecting some rain this evening and overnight. We'll get down to around 55. Tomorrow, high of only 62 with more rain expected. Saturday will be beautiful, high 74 and mostly sunny. Sunday, which is Mother's Day, we're expecting a gorgeous day, high of 82.
This May, Hester Chevrolet makes it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Blazer, lease for just $349 a month, 39 months, or finance with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. If your dad is a Philly sports fan, I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier on July 12th. I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly. And it's in New Jersey. Saturday, July 12th on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Come bella c'è la luna, brilla strette, strette come butto, belle fasteggiare.
All right, it's Dean Martin. Is this Dom's Money Melody on the Dawn Stensland Show?
Look at you guessing some names.
Yeah,
I had an evening in Roma queued up because we expected to have Senator Santorum.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know if there's phone issues over there in Italy or what. And
yeah, we had trouble yesterday.
Pretty high confidence he'll be joining us.
Okay, Senator Rick Santorum. One of the things I'm going to ask him about.
I think we're moving that to noon today, Dom.
Oh, Rick Santorum?
Yeah, he just got back to me.
All right. One of the things I'm going to ask him, I just saw the passing at the age of 85 of David Souter. And what I want to ask him about is the fact that why is it that we miss? Why is it Republicans miss on the Supreme Court and the other side does not? If you remember David Souter, he was a backbencher in New Hampshire who became a liberal darling. He was picked by Bush Sr., and it was a big miss, ultimately. One of the reasons they picked him, he didn't have a paper trail they could pick on. That's why he was picked. I mean, I think he was competent, but he wasn't an all-star or anything like that. And Santorum has been involved in this stuff. I mean, what is the formula that they don't miss?
So he had about a minute here, but he's going to join us for a more extended interview.
Okay.
He just got called for something else.
Newsmax he's doing, yeah. Okay, so he'll join us on the Dom Show. But that's a question I want to get his take. He was involved, and his passing today is a perfect example. David Souter from New Hampshire. If you remember, this long line of misses. Reagan missed with Sandra Day O'Connor. We wouldn't have affirmative action. It was a 5-4 vote. She went along with the other side and said, yeah, we got to keep affirmative action. And a whole gaggle of issues. They don't miss, and they get away with it. They're putting a Ruth Bader Ginsburg in there. You know where you're going. They're putting a Sotomayor in there. They're putting in Justice Brown. You know where they're going. She won't even tell you what a woman is. You know where they're going. I don't care how many times I get lectured. I forget who we had on the other day that I really like, and they told me, you're being too hard on Coney Barrett, Justice Coney Barrett. No, I don't think so. I think that potentially is a miss. Bush was going to put his real estate attorney on there. Thank God we got Sam Alito. But he did put John Roberts on, all-time miss. And he's the head of the court. How is it that Republicans miss time after time? Well, Dom, we're trying to put the most qualified. I want the most qualified. But I want people that are strict originalists on the Constitution. And that means I know where they're going to go in these issues. I don't want what the Democrats put on it. It's that simple. The Supreme Court is a political battle like everything else. And you can see, having Alito on there, what happened on Roe v. Wade, ultimately. He was a driving force. But most times, Republicans do not make, I think Gorsuch is a solid choice. Kavanaugh has been pretty much okay. But Coney Barrett, no. And once they're on there, that's it. It's over. So passing of David Souter at the age of 85 just reminds us again how much of our lives are contained in the Supreme Court, and you can't miss. We need Alito's on there. Brilliant guy. I've interviewed him for a book. I've interviewed him on the air. He's a little bit fanatic about baseball. He predicted one year that the Phillies would win, I think it was 94 games. They only won 93, and he said he was right because the umpires were wrong in one game, and he could prove it extensively. So he had him at 94. He does the game, Dan, with the scorebook at home. You know why I would pick him when I heard that?
No.
Too many of these guys want to go out in Georgetown. And you know what that means? You're going to be in progressive circles. You waver a little bit because you want to be liked.
I don't want to be that guy.
Sammy Alito.
No, my man's a Supreme Court justice. How does he have time to keep score of Phillies games?
Sammy Alito's doing two things. He's doing his legal briefs all day, and he's sitting at home keeping score. He's not out there drinking cocktails in Georgetown.
Was that a ball or a strike on the left?
Yeah, do you think Clarence Thomas is in Georgetown, the toast of the town? I don't think so. That's what you want in the Supreme Court. You don't want people that are liked and out there in parties in Georgetown on the other side, like the Roberts. Because if you do, you didn't hear this, Dan. I don't think you were moving my car. Thank you again. Downtown Philadelphia, always fun. The Belichick story just occurred to me again. North Carolina has forbade the love interest, the 24-year-old budding Meghan Markle, from the facilities.
Good. Why does she need to be there?
Here's a new thing, though, that starts to put her in the... Now, nobody's Yoko Ono. I don't even think Meghan Markle is Yoko Ono yet. She's getting there. But she doesn't want to be called Jordan as her first name. It's Jordan. Can you imagine having to call this woman Jordan? My God.
How's it spelled? Is it
Jordan?
Is it?
Yes. Look at it in
yeah,
print.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's a tell. When people go around saying you're going to have to say their name in some way that is not common sense.
She really said that?
Yes.
This is not even Jordan. It's Jordon. Wouldn't it be Jordan?
Jordan.
Is that what she wants? Jordan? Or does she want Jordan?
Jordan. Rather than Jordan.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, I told the story. DJ and I didn't pick a kid. You had 5 pitches, he threw 3, and he corrected us twice on how to pronounce his name. And we just said, next. But I didn't throw 5 pitches. Next. Not putting up with that all summer.
Do they know who they're talking about? They're talking to Dom Giordano.
Yeah, exactly.
You put a John on the board, we're getting a Joan.
Yeah, right. So that might be a side question. Words or people's names that they go too far in, forcing us to do it in some kind of way that's odd. Boy, Bill Belichick, talking about a fall from grace. This is hard to believe. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get a line.
I'd like to be called Daniil from now on, please.
Okay, there you go.
Thank
Danny.
You.
Well, your father, I've never heard you
call me
before.
Danny, I will.
I know you. It's only your dad that can call you that.
Oh, yeah, he does it too.
Yeah.
And my friends I grew up with still do it occasionally. That was my name when I was a kid. So.
Doesn't Maisie do it?
No.
Well,
she never knew me as a Danny, thankfully.
Ro calls me Dommy at times.
No.
Oh, she does, yes.
And you call her Pookie.
Poochie.
Oh, is that what it is? I was close.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing, how we got to that. All right, 855-839-1210. The esteemed Archbishop of Chicago speaking, saying this quick conclave shows unity. Oh, yeah, these guys are unified. He is, too, against us and against American Catholics and against common sense.
Can you address a tweet from Bonnie?
Yes, go right ahead.
It says, Dom, I love your show. I think this may be the first time a pope will have consequences for using the pulpit as a political podium. Tax exemption privileges can be revoked if he goes too far left. Do you foresee a time coming where Donald Trump might, waive that as a reason if he gets too political, tax exempt privileges being revoked?
I would like to see it. I'd like to see it with what the African-American churches do every election cycle, just turning the pulpit over to progressives to get the... Yeah, I'd be in favor of taking a look at that.
The thing is,
I don't think he's going to do it.
Do you think
as
Trump
overtly.
could, though? Because
Sure.
he has strong evangelical support. So you're telling all these people that are very strong with their
Right.
churches in the evangelical world that
Right.
they too would have their tax-exempt status revoked, no?
Potentially. I can tell with this new pope. I'm writing a note here. I mentioned the new Catholic MAGA influencers. These are young women who are traditional wives, different kind of feminism, and they have millions of followers that are Catholics, apparently, and yet they're very allied with MAGA. So the younger Catholics are more conservative in America than in many other places. Why are we getting a guy like this billed as an American? It's a novelty act. These guys knew exactly what they were doing. This is the buddy of Pope Francis, or Pope Francis was the mentor. You check a box, liberation theology, Peru, and then you check a box, first American. By the way, though, they said he was the least American of the American cardinals, meaning he's not really American in any way that you and I. Dolan would be the American cardinal, I think. So is that going to rouse people here in America? Yeah, for a while it might. All right, get in on the side question, too. Name change. This Pope changing to Pope Leo the 14th. Here's how you do it. 855.
Oh, wait, Dom.
Yes.
Chicago media getting the true answers about the Pope.
Okay.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan.
It's just so you know, he's a White Sox
He's a
fan.
White Sox fan, which is a strange type of thing, but I guess, everybody has to have their foibles. He could have been a Sixers fan like I am. That's really deadly. All right, 855. Yeah, he was at the World Series when they were in it in 2005. There's pictures of him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And that was the voice of John Prevost, his brother.
Yeah, and the brother, though, saying, he thinks it's a big injustice. Well, tell us more. An injustice in what way? So what we're supporting, what is the number one issue that Americans voted on in the last election? I believe one of the major reasons Trump won the popular vote, this Pope, according to his brother, sees this as a grave injustice. I hope he comes here, and what I'd like to see honesty. Just tell us about this injustice. I don't think I'm going to play today. I can only take so much. Cardinal Dolan lecturing those people in New York who are tired of being inundated with people that are here illegally. Lecturing them and telling them, what about how you came here? The Chicago stuff. Yeah, that's all-time music.
They really should have used this music to introduce him yesterday.
Yeah, they should, since he...
Your new Pope from Chicago!
Or according to Bill Devlin, really Peruvian music might be more appropriate.
A Peruvian pan flute band. Yeah.
And then I hope we hear all about dual citizenship from the Archbishop in Philadelphia. What a wonderful thing it is. What has happened to the Catholic Church? Washington Post today, E.J. Dion. You're never going to go back now. There's no going back from Francis. Picking this guy for the next 15 or 20 years says the church will never go back. Well, isn't that refreshing? What was wrong with it? Does that mean the pre-scandal that these guys were adamant in? No, most of them were caught up in it. But we're never going back now to the bad old days. All right, 855.
You just give me an idea for Money Melody. Coming up today at 2:15, tune in for a Peruvian pan flute cover of a popular song, and we'll want to know the name of the song.
After yesterday's, I don't know if I can take it. 855-839-1210. Jump in. Dom in for Dawn with Dan here. Henry soon to arrive, we hope, on Talk Radio 1210.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry!
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. app or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to Virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Sorry for the munching.
What are you eating over there?
Some peanuts. It's eating on the run.
You know why? You are the only radio host in history that eats peanuts on air, I feel.
There you go. Put that down. It's another record.
What is the one thing that gets caught in your throat and you got to cough it up now? Next, we got a granola bar coming, right?
Oh, no. No, thanks to Mallon's Bakery in Ocean City. I don't know if we know the Mallons. They sent us a box of sticky buns. Do you know Mallons?
No, I don't, but I'm about to find out what it tastes like.
I wonder why suddenly a package arrives here with sticky buns.
Okay, well, let's see how they look. Is that what you're eating over there with the peanut on top of it, or do you just have peanuts in a bag?
Just the peanuts, yeah.
Do you want it?
No, I don't think I want.
This is actually no. It's a gift from our great friend Dr. Robert Bentz in honor of Happy National Prosthodontist Awareness Week that we had at late April, Dom.
And it comes through Ocean City. He works in mysterious ways. What's the card say? Just that?
He wrote a long letter. I'm going to hand it over to you, and you can feel free to go through it and read that back. It's some fantastic stuff from Robert.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bentz. Now, I love the sticky buns and the thought, but 500 chocolate chip cookies would go a long way.
Oatmeal raisin cookies.
No.
No?
Of course not. All right. 855-830.
Ooh, they're raisin and walnut mixed sticky buns, Tom.
Oh, man. That's pretty good. I might sample later. Save some for Henry, Frank, and everybody else. Thanks, Dr. Bentz, very much. And, Dr. Bentz, you go to a dentist, there are cookies there. Quite unusual. All right. Side question today.
Wants repeat customers, right?
Hit us with somebody or something that changed their name, kind of like the Pope and Leo the 14th. We have that going on. We are going to talk with Rick Santorum, straight up at noon?
Yeah, about noon 06.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rick Santorum will come to us from St. Peter's Square or thereabouts.
We'll have that great Dom monologue. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly his take. I think he'll be more diplomatic. Man, when you're more undiplomatic than Rick Santorum, I'm getting pretty bad here. But I'm fired up on this Pope choice and that we're supposed to overlook what these guys are talking about, including the Archbishop in Philadelphia. Immigration. How about a little follow-up? What do you mean by immigration? Who's against immigration? We're not against immigration, Archbishop. Dominic Joseph Giordano, Dan Borowski. What is this, gangs of New York? We're pro-immigration. We're against illegal immigration. You mean illegal immigration. And we're not going to play any more games talking about the migrants. We're talking about people illegally immigrating to the United States. That's what the issue is. That's not cruel. No nation can be a nation without borders. What would the Archbishop of Philadelphia tell all those people waiting in lines years around the world who want to come here the right way, the way that's orderly, the way that's effective for us and hopefully for them? What would he say to them? You're suckers. Isn't that what that comes down to? Just say you're a migrant, break into the country, and continue this nonsense. Why is this the number one issue? Even people that maybe are lukewarm on Trump give high marks on this. Are we all Americans who are cruel? Have we forgotten our roots? No, we've had it, and we're tired of being lectured to, in addition to being overrun by this. That's what the bottom line is. And of course, people support immigration. Just look at the people I met the other night, their names, the people we said, of course. So you think you're going to shame us with this Pope? I don't think so. Particularly, I kind of agree with some of the research that's out there. There's a lot of baggage with this Pope and the priest scandal. Why are they in love with him? They're in love with him for what his brother said. Here's the brother, Dan, if you play it one more time. Here's Pope Leo XIV, the new Pope's brother, giving us a bird's eye view and chats he's had with his brother about what he feels about what Trump and America has been doing.
I think he sees the United States is headed in the wrong direction in terms of immigration. That this is a total injustice. These are people. Doesn't matter where they're born, they are people first. And so they need to be treated as people first.
I just hope others, here and overseas, that it doesn't turn political because, oh, he's an American, he's going to screw the church up. Hopefully that doesn't happen, and it just keeps the nationalism out of it, and let's just be the Catholic Church.
All right, so there are two brothers there, Don?
Yeah, it's John was speaking first, and then Lewis was the second speaker,
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be distracted by all the internal stuff, what he says about who can receive communion and not. That's really internal Catholic business. I'm concerned with the big, broad power of the papacy and what this guy's about and what these cardinals are about. And I've had it with them, and they're lecturing. Is it based on Scripture? Do they really want to stand behind that? I can't tell you what I harbor. I even had poor Rodan. I try to think, all right, just got to hear it all the time. I had to mention the Bishop of Tucson today, telling in 2017, excommunicado if you're a border agent under Trump. We ought to tell them that. And that means you're going to hell. Versus
Weisenberg? Or?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Do you have him? Yeah, that's
going through the archives now. I should have it here.
Okay.
In a second. Yeah, canonical penalties.
Yeah, canonical penalties, which are excommunicado. And as I understand, excommunicado means
sorry. You want it now? I didn't mean to.
Let me hear it.
Go right on here.
I have a license in canon law. I've always considered myself a plumber canonist and not an expert. I know how to keep things flowing in the pipes. And I've never been a canonist that wanted to rush in with a sledgehammer with penalties. I don't think that reflects the canons well or the theology behind them. However, in light of the canonical penalties that are there for life issues, I'm simply asking the question if perhaps our Canonical Affairs Committee could give recommendations, at least to those of us who are border bishops, on the possibility of canonical penalties for Catholics who are involved in this. I think the time is there for prophetic statement. I also think Even though what I'm saying may be a little risky or dangerous, I think it's important to point out that canonical penalties are there in place to heal, first and foremost to heal. And therefore, for the salvation of these people's souls, maybe it's time for us to look at canonical penalties.
All right, now let me brief that for listeners. That means, you heard what he said, we're dealing with serious business with this guy. You know what that means if you're a Christian, if you're a faith, whatever your faith is. Your soul. That's what he's talking about. Poor border agents following the law, doing their job, protecting us. This guy from Tucson in 2017, if you remember that with President Trump, doing almost exactly the same policies as President Obama. You are going to hell. And yet this guy has never uttered a word about people like Biden, Pelosi, and the issue of life that he purports. In what universe am I to believe that this guy excommunicated me, that I'm going to hell? Don't quake in your boots. He has no standing. Now, I don't know that this pope will go that far, but he's doing this in front of all the bishops. Just the shamelessness of these guys. Where do they come from? What is the poison well here that has gotten these guys emboldened to lecture us that we're cruel? Be it Dolan, be it this bishop in Tucson, or even the new pope. They don't have the standing to do it. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. The Dom Show starts next. Hit us on that all-time name change, and we'll talk with Senator Rick Santorum from Rome in the thick of the action, what he thinks, the reception of this new pope, etc. All that unfolds next on Talk Radio 1210.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village, near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village, near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know the story of the three bears. They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear and he tries to feed her a humongous price. And luckily she didn't bite. She checked out the bear with that unusually low price and realized his windows, well, they're sort of like what the bear does in the woods. But then she called Keystone Window. We're the middle bear. A high-quality Energy Star vinyl window, a better value. Like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends? She lives happily ever after because Keystone Window carries a 50-year warranty. That had Goldilocks singing with joy, so we asked her to sing our jingle. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, Rick Santorum, our favorite senator, mine anyhow, in Rome, in St. Peter's Square, will join us to break down the aftermath of the naming of what's being billed the first American Pope. Here is Stephen Colbert. And this ought to give you what we're getting in this Pope. Here's what Stephen Colbert, the outstanding comedian, said last night.
Jesus multiplied the loaves and the fishes, but let me just say the salmon needed salt, and I'm gluten-free, 1 star. Of course, you wouldn't do that. How's it going? Everybody good over there? Yeah. Anybody single? No? Of course, there's lots of speculation on whether Leo will continue the progressive reforms of his friend Pope Francis. No one knows for sure yet, but we do know that in February he did tweet, J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. Holy Father, you had me at J.D. Vance is wrong.
There we go. And J.D. Vance did not say that. You know that in the manner that he said it. Essentially, charity begins at home in America. And that's exactly right. And everybody knows it. So, noted theologian Stephen Colbert, the Pope, the Archbishop, they can say whatever they want. They're wrong. J.D. Vance is right. Let's have a little debate with any of these guys, or all 5 of them at once with J.D. Vance and any doctrine that you want. All right. So in addition to that, 855-839-1210, you get a line. Tons of other things happening, too. Did a national show last night. I had on Scott Jennings, and he was just remarkable. And he teased up some huge new projects that will be unveiled shortly. So I've been dogging him all day behind the scenes. Come on, now, you got to give me more. I don't think he meant he was running in Kentucky. He said something will be up on Amazon. So I'm not sure.
Got to be a book, right?
Well, he told us he's coming to do Politics and Pints in the fall if we have him, around the book. I suggested Mulligan's, of course, but that's okay. We're working on it. So I'm not sure, Dan, but he talked with me about the tariff situation with the UK, how the media is trying to diminish this. The markets are settling. President Trump, early morning, 2 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social said, as far as taking the tariff on China from 145 down to 80, which I'm fine with the tariff on China. I literally don't care what we put on China. It's the other countries I'm concerned with. That's up to Secretary B. That's what he calls Bessent now. Here's why I like that. That's an awfully good sign that we're back. Trump recognizes Bessent knows what he's doing. Bessent calms everything down. We're going to move forward. Not Navarro, not the Lutnick idiot. Bessent. That's what I go by. Every time Trump references that, that's where I see the upside. That's where we ought to be going versus going with the craziness here. So this is a really good sign with what happened with the UK yesterday. And we are ready to go here. All right. The Pope, you've heard what I had to say about it. We've broken it down since yesterday. I would love to get you in at 855-839-1210. Rick Santorum, I mean, we're going to Italy again. We're having a little issue, is in the middle of stuff, reporting for Newsmax. We'll see what he says from there. And I'll also ask him, David Souter, former Supreme Court Justice, passed away at the age of 85. Souter could be the face on how Republicans miss. They were afraid with George Bush Sr. of putting up somebody with a lot of writing because they would get rejected. So they took this guy who was only, I think, the Superior Court in New Hampshire and put him up. And gradually over the years, he turned out to be very liberal. No surprise, right? That's what happens. Versus their side, which is they're locked in. They're going to be progressive their entire life. So why do we miss? Why do Republican president after Republican president, why do they have such trouble? Now, Trump has been pretty good. Kavanaugh is decent. Gorsuch is good, very good. Amy Coney Barrett, I'm very suspect of. We'll ask Rick Santorum the side question. Get in early. Get your name into the hat today. We have the winner at the end of the week for Gallows. Just give us a name change, kind of like the name change we've seen with Leo the 14th, with the current Pope. It could be a celebrity, Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. It could be a name change of a person, place, or thing like Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Much better. And if you have one where they really made a mistake in changing the name, all the better. Coke, new Coke. No, back to Coke. Hit us with one of those. He chose Leo the 14th. It's becoming very apparent because he wanted to exemplify the social justice warrior type. As an individual, he seems to me to be much more buttoned up than Pope Francis. I don't think we're going to have the chaos that was generated by Francis. I think it's going to be much better on that and much different. But as far as ideology and what he's about, it is going to be every bit as bad. And Dan, I don't know if you're screening calls, but what was the quote from Archbishop Perez you had during the Dawn show today that we're kind of leading with?
Pulling it back up.
He's going to be for immigration around the world.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be extremely supportive and advocate for immigration all over the world, he said.
And again, we know exactly that's code. Come on, Archbishop, you mean illegal immigration. You mean any kind of immigration. Why would that be something you would tell the Inquirer if it were matter of fact? Everybody would be in favor of immigration. We're against illegal immigration. You see where this is headed already. Not to a good place, but it'll be cleaned up by Villanova. He knows about Wawas. It'll be cute. It'll be all those things. All that is fine. And he seems like a smart, sensitive person. But the problem is his beliefs, and that's why he was chosen, his connection to Francis. He's not American first. He did not speak English yesterday. Why is that? Why was it in Italian and Spanish? He's born in Chicago. Why not any of it in English? Why the dual citizenship? And a broader question, what happened to the church? Well, the people that voted for him, he knew he made them as bishops, or Pope Francis put him in there. That's political. Over 103, I think it was, of 133 were of that root. Why didn't people see this coming? Why was he under the radar? That's unknown. But I kind of like Dan's point. If this was all relatively smooth, why did it take the extra day? They do the drama. In addition to that, maybe there was debate about his role in the pre-scandal in Chicago, then in Peru. And they ultimately said, nah, it's Francis' guy. We'll overlook that. All right, we hope to speak with Rick Santorum, but 855-839-1210. You can get in right now. Hit us with that all-time name change is what we're looking for. And again, thanks to Dr. Bentz, we're enjoying the pastries. Thanks to Malins for delivering them here. And when I tell you about
Henry
that,
is way too excited to hear that we have sticky buns here.
oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, you better get in there quickly. It might be a due date, a shelf life on these. We're not exactly sure where. The Odyssey Mail Trail sometime is the slow express here that it comes
Well, let's do
here.
an experiment today. We'll have Henry engorge himself, and
Yeah,
by
then
the
we'll
end of the
see
show,
what
if
happens.
he's sick,
Yeah, if he's sick, then we know what happened. All right, get those calls in now. You're with Dom. Hope to talk with Santorum shortly here. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. I'm reading in the Enquirer a story that's almost unbelievable, blaming, of course, the wrong people, like Department of Education, not enough money. It's a story of a student who addressed the school board who says she had an English teacher at Martin Luther King High School, a school that I know well. He got slapped and never came back. Got slapped by a student, never came back. They've had a series of long-term subs, and most of them never teach anything. She doesn't know the name of a guy that's been there for a couple months now. As the class teacher, he gives no assignments. He just takes attendance. You get graded on attendance. And apparently, even if you don't show up, you still pass. They're taking the Keystone exam now, which determines what you know in English. And the complaint of her, and apparently the school board, is, well, that's unfair. Well, I do think it is. How is it that the Philadelphia Public Schools can go almost the entire year with no teacher for these students? And apparently they say that's not abnormal in the school district. And yet, the very same people that decry that, they're against school choice. They're against letting people escape this misery. It's stunning. They just matter-of-factly say, well, we haven't had a teacher there the whole year. That's it. It happens. It happens across the school district. So we don't think you should take the exam. No, I think they ought to take the exam, and then they ought to be able to file a lawsuit, and they ought to be able to make the case, this is how fraudulent the Philadelphia public schools are. They're one of the biggest frauds in history. And yet, their argument is there's not enough money. Really. What did they do when the teacher was slapped? And imagine, kid slaps him first or second day, she says, that's it. He's out of here. Never comes back. All right. Where's the next teacher? No teacher. We don't have any of that. We're not going to do that. It's exactly what goes on in these progressive big city school districts. Yet they will not allow parents and students to have a choice. That's just for the wealthier, upper middle class, progressives, and Democrats. They have a choice. They want to keep these kids captive. How could you read that and say this school district should not be closed down? That people ought to be brought in under testimony and saying, what you're doing here is not legal. You can't go a whole year without having a teacher. Yeah, yes, we can. We do it a lot. We're the Philadelphia Public Schools. Oh, and by the way, we need $1 trillion more to continue to do this. All right, the side question today. Henry, I'm not sure, you were traveling. We're looking at the name change here, the Pope to Leo the 14th. What's your name change?
Yeah, how about Thomas Mapother IV?
Okay.
Otherwise known as the biggest action star on Earth, Tom Cruise.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know.
And then I think I'm going to say the last name for this one, and it's going to give it away immediately. Carlos Irwin Estevez. Do we know who that is?
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen.
You got
okay,
it. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah.
No,
well,
he's the one
I like
on the
that Carlos Estevez could have worked as a movie star.
Totally.
Yeah, that's probably a better name than Charlie Sheen.
I would think
that
so.
That would be a negative.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210 with the Pope name
How's
change.
that work?
What do you mean?
Like, is Martin Sheen's actual name Estevez?
No, I guess it's...
Yeah, no, it is. It's Ramon Gerard Antonio Estevez.
Martin Sheen? Yeah? I thought he was an Irish guy.
Well, Emilio didn't change his name.
Right.
So he had to come
Martin
from somewhere.
Sheen Latino?
Yeah, so essentially then...
Maybe there's another marriage
Charlie took
there.
his father's stage name, where Emilio just took his birth name.
Ah.
Yeah.
Boy, but Charlie Sheen I always thought was Irish. Maybe it's The Departed. Maybe that's in my mind.
I mean, they're born in... Martin Sheen was born in Dayton, Ohio, so...
Yeah.
And his mother was Irish. Father Spanish. This being Martin, so
Martin
Charlie's
Sheen's
grandfather
Spanish.
and grandmother.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Get in on that at 855-839-1210. Love to get you in on the Pope. Now, yesterday we had people saying it's too early, you can't talk about this. How much more do we need to say why the Stephen Colberts and others of the world are happy on this? They see this as a guy that they think is going to step up and be in the face of Trump. The Inquirer editorial, 7 printed pages today, says, boy, we really need this guy to be a counterbalance to the cruelty of Donald Trump. It's cruel. How about the Holy Father? How about the Lake and Riley Act? Archbishop, Archbishop Perez weighing in today about this and immigration. What does the Archbishop have to say about needle exchanges, what goes on in Kensington, etc.? To the credit of Sherelle Parker and the Parker administration, they have really cracked down on all these people aiding and abetting people doing drugs on the street. City Council is helping with that now. They're actually passing bills against it. But this Pope is going to be smarter, more buttoned up, but maybe even more problematic than Pope Francis. That's the way that I see it. You're going to have the banner of the first American Pope, even though I think he has little to do with America at all. I don't think you should even call him that. Given the dual citizenship, that choice, and given the Latin American history, that's why he was chosen. And they know exactly what they want to do. They want to overrun, smash borders, They're solidly in the camp because it's to their benefit. Look at what they were doing at the border until Trump, the Catholic Church, with people being placed all over the country. What about Americans who resent this? They don't want to hear that. They want to tell you you're cruel. You're not Christian. You're not Catholic. You have to get your mind right and go down this path. It's a strange phenomenon. Where did it come from? I'm not exactly sure, but we're here, and that's what we have to deal with. All right, let me take Paula in Belmar to start off. Paula, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paula, good afternoon.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Good, Paula.
I have a good one for you.
Yes.
Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Was that an upgrade with the name?
No, he changed it because
Right.
I think it was a religious change.
Yeah, but I'm asking, which name is more fitting, do you think?
I'd like the Lou Alcindor, but he does fit the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
All right, yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is more exotic because now you say the name has meaning. I always thought the coolest name, Muslim or not, was Malcolm X, and I became a fan of Malcolm X later stages of life after the rough patch, that he was a bridge builder, and that's why he was killed. Here's a good one from Joe.
He was Malcolm Little, so it's
Yeah,
kind of a change. Right?
Yeah, but an X. There's something about the X.
Then
X.
He changed his name at one point to El Haj Malik El Shabazz.
Yeah, then he said, just make that X. I'm going to make my X here. Apparently a riveting speaker from what I can tell, and just shot to death right there in Harlem in a ballroom as he's addressing hundreds of people. Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon to you.
Yes, hello, Dom. When I finish my answer, I have a comment.
Okay.
For my answer, Elon Musk, when he purchases Twitter, he changes the name from Twitter to X to place his personal claim, his full personal claim on the product.
I like Twitter better, though. I think it's a superior name than X.
Yeah.
You know, and
Well,
Joe,
yeah,
when we have people on and I ask them, where can we find you? And they say on X, I get kind of
Doesn't make
disappointed.
sense, yeah.
They're technically right. I like when they say, you can follow me on Twitter, not X.
And my thing in branding is your ultimate goal is to achieve the goal of becoming a verb. And when you tweet something, it's become a verb. So why would you change it to something
And
so
retweet
nondescript
it.
as X?
Right, yeah.
But Dom,
go ahead.
Dom, yes, he could have used a more descriptive term, but he had to place his personal claim on the item.
Well, I don't have much hope for little X being named X at this time. There is the incident with the Resolute desk. They had to clean it because of him. That kid, I don't know, might be rough. I'm X. But, Joe, what was your other comment?
Yeah. The previous pope and this new one, they're going along with progressives about, be kind to human beings. But they say nothing about Putin randomly murdering other people at random.
Well, Joe, we will see on that. I think they do. I mean, in fairness, I think they decry what Putin said. Well, they don't China, though. And I know they're scared to death of China. Will this new pope speak out about China? Will he tell us they are the threat to the world, or is it just going to be the United States? Because the previous pope was cowardly toward China. Well, he's got to protect the churches there. By the way, the Chinese dictator is in the habit of naming bishops, apparently. I found out yesterday in China. If he wants to name someone a bishop, he goes, how in the world do you put up with that? The Chinese dictator? My God. But it's Trump that is the problem. All right, 855-839-1210.
I did pull
yes.
Elon Musk explaining why he named his child X, if you want that.
Yeah, go ahead,
The
Dan.
full name? Here
Yeah.
you go.
Take a listen. I mean, it's just X, the letter X. And then the AE is like pronounced Ash. Yeah.
He's visibly
and
annoyed
then
with Joe Biden.
A12 is my contribution.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12, the precursor to the SR-71. Coolest plane ever.
All right, so there you have it.
Is that Rogan? Is that
That was Rogan, yeah. And when he laughed, you could see Elon kind of like, maybe you shouldn't be laughing at my child's name like that. But
I mean, do you know
it's ridiculous,
Do you know
man.
how messed up it is? The 14 kids that we know of and the Xing, et cetera. My God.
The
What
A12 is my
chance-
contribution, the predecessor to the
Right.
SR-71, the best aircraft.
What chance does this
What
kid
a
have?
dork.
Yeah, what chance?
I don't think he's a dork. I think he's just on a different playing
Right.
field. Like him and Joe of Exon, I think, could sit down for a beer and have a great conversation together.
I guess. But what chance do these kids have? I can't even imagine where that's going. Okay, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Here's the line to the day, Jan. This is cut 8. I just love this, basically, because of where we are in downtown Philadelphia with all these bike lanes. It's apropos of nothing. Here's a Newsmax panelist, though, begging Secretary Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, to ban un-American bicycle lanes.
Isn't the only New York Democrat who's full of it. His fellow Democrats in the Empire State want to use taxpayer dollars to pay for activist Attorney General Tish James' legal fees. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik posting on X today, Kathy Hochul and Albany Democrats slipped language into their budget that would allow taxpayer funds to be used to defend corrupt Letitia James from the federal investigation into her alleged fraudulent real estate deals. Wow. I think they're kind of nervous up there in New York, Foldy.
Well, eventually, I think Hochul might regret that she's the reason why Stefanik is probably going to run for governor against her, because she said she was going to just refuse to ever allow a special election to succeed Stefanik. I will say, Chris, it's not quite true. You can't point to anything. There are 8 charging stations that were built, I think mostly in Martha's Vineyard from this. And Pete Buttigieg, who was completely MIA, he vanished from the job of transportation secretary. No one noticed whatsoever. By the way, I would beg to Sean Duffy to also declare war on bike lanes. These are some of the most un-American, European,
No one's in them.
communist
The bus lanes.
garbage.
You never bike around DC?
Absolutely not. I have a car like a normal American.
And can I actually say, I lived in Amsterdam. You know what? It's
All right, so yeah, the bike lanes, particularly where we are. And the big thing in Philadelphia, these guys are not riding bikes. They're electric, they're fast. They don't belong in the bike lanes.
Dude, I almost got ran over by one of those e-scooters today, and
Yeah.
I'm now deciding I think I'm with you.
Yeah,
Because my thing was, where else do you want them to ride?
Right.
Because on the street, I feel like it's really putting those people at danger. But
maybe they shouldn't be riding in Center City then. I mean, I'm all for biking in spaces, working out, doing all that stuff. But these guys believe when we step out of our car where we park, if you step in that lane, they're not responsible if they hit you. I mean, the speed is unbelievable. Henry?
I think it's annoying to kind of blame the cyclists and that. It's the infrastructure. Like, if you want to get mad at something, get mad that we don't have the proper infrastructure like they do in the Netherlands, where they have a completely different road for biking. Like, well, why do we have to get at these people? That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to ban bike lanes, like, no, that's stupid. Like, why don't you just make it more accessible for everyone else to use them? Make it so that people don't get annoyed when the bike lane is, like you said, you're parking, you get out, and someone's like, oh, on your right, on your left, whatever. Like, gets mad at you for that. Like, just make it so like we have, even share of the road, or make a
With
new
cars?
road. Just
No
make
way.
something.
Not with cars. All right. Most un-American comment of the week right there.
I think it's un-American to ban the bike lane. That's communist.
All right, there you go. At Dom Show 1210. Is Henry on to something here? More bike lanes. All right, 855-839.
I don't have a bike.
You can get in. The Pope, again, leading the charge today as we see more and more about him. Also, more and more people going after Fetterman, including Shapiro, who hates him, sees him as a rival of sorts. Here's a guy who I think is much better now than he ever was when he ran against Dr. Oz, and they were fine with it. Now, because of his positions on Israel and a couple of other things, he is out of bounds. And the, quote, volatile behavior coincides with his politics being more conservative, or at least not as progressive. Okay, hit us on the side question, too. And if you're a contrarian, if you say, I can't believe, Dom, what you're saying about the Pope. Well, I've had it. I've had it with Dolan. I've had it with Perez. I've had it with the guy in Chicago. Francis, and I believe this guy's cut from the same cloth. In what universe are they hijacking the gospel to say that people are able to just go wherever they want? Countries have no borders. Is that your interpretation of the gospel? 855-839-1210.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Kale and and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dan just came stomping in here. Dom Giordano Central, hot off the presses with these people that are the bike fanatics attacking us.
There's a whole
during
community
cars.
of them, Dom. They're ridiculous.
Well, it's the Bicycle Coalition, Dan, and here's what these politicians do. It's with motorcycles, too. They vote for things or egg these people on, curry favor with them on a single issue, and the rest of us don't know about it. And they get mad when I point out exactly what they're doing. And look, we want people to be fit. You want to ride a bike. But in Philadelphia, it's getting excessive. Maybe center cities where you can't do it. And the car is more American. The car should have primacy. The car is the greatest tool of independence. And again, accommodating bikes makes it, particularly Pine Street, places like that, pretty difficult. Dan, one of the articles you handed me said, should the 2026 World Cup be canceled?
So these aren't articles, Dom. What they are, they're discussion posts or rants. Right. And what happens is on Reddit, there's a whole subreddit. It's the F word followed by the word cars. So F cars is the subreddit. And what it is it's this bike coalition, a bunch of individuals commiserating to one another that the rest of society just won't wake up to the damage that cars have on Americans, Dom. So I printed out a nice smattering of selection of some of these posts. And that first one you referenced to, should the 2026 World Cup be canceled, Dom? This person writes that it'll be a logistical nightmare. I've written about the subject before, including in a blog post, but I'm curious to hear what you all think. It's no secret that public transportation in the United States is abysmal. In many cases, doesn't exist at all. They said they're concerned whether foreign athletes and or spectators will feel safe traveling to the United States for the event. And says holding the World Cup in the United States will be an absolute logistical nightmares. There's so many parking lots, but they're not big enough to hold the cars of spectators, and they're going to need cars because that's the way America is. The traffic jams, Dom, leaving the stadiums are going to be of biblical proportions. We should cancel the World Cup in America because of our lack of public transportation, Dom.
Oh, heaven forbid. So let's put them on SEPTA. Let's see. I'm sure SEPTA will be accommodating all this.
And then you have another guy who writes, how to still feel happy after taking the orange pill. Orange pill is what they call themselves in the Bike Coalition once they find out about the benefits of public transportation. Says they're now angry every day, writing, Dom, I can't go outside, cross the street, use a car, or use my bicycle near cars without being reminded of everything I have learned about how effed up the status quo is. I'm a healthy-looking 30-ish-year-old male skinny. I have visible abs and muscles, work out 3 to 4 times a week, eat vegetables and fruits daily, don't eat almost any fried food or fast food, and yet my blood pressure the other day, Dom, 140/89, that's stage 2 hypertension. Apparently, my doctor tells me because it's stress. Apparently, it's not healthy for you to be intimately aware of the consequences of our city design, street design, and car culture because I can't walk outside, cross the road, or commute without being deeply disappointed, angry, and frustrated. I wish I was an uneducated, dumb F, stupid, selfish a-hole driving an F450 with pristine bed that's never been used through downtown traffic. I'd be frustrated at being stuck in traffic and maybe have stage 1 hypertension from that, but instead I'm the guy on the bicycle with the higher education, lane splitting through traffic, and now I have stage 2 hypertension because the guy in the F450 calls me a slur and honks at me and shouts at me to go in the bike lane.
That's right. Stay in the bike lane, or let's get rid of it.
I might join your guys' side now.
Yeah, okay, good.
Lane after hearing those two whiners.
Go ahead of here.
And finally, Dom, this person's really having trouble with their mental state now as they posted the title, I really hate, Dom, how much I enjoy now having a car. This person says, I recently got my first car at 22, quote, or in parentheses, it's electric, so I feel ever so slightly less bad about my environmental impact despite the negatives of electric vehicles. And I hate how much easier my life has gotten. My life has an okay transit my city has an okay transit system that I've used for years before I got my car, but honestly, I hate how much easier it is to drive my car to places. I should be able to go to the laundry mat, 2 words they write. That's a 15-minute drive away without needing to take 2 buses totaling almost an hour or more, depending on how easily the schedule's lined up. I wish I lived in a place that didn't feel more free with a car because I feel bad about my car ownership.
All right, as I always say, that car is sitting downstairs, yours and mine, Dan, where they're parked in the media lot, just waiting for us. They're like the dog waiting at home or Freddie the cat waiting for our every wish later today to jump in our independence to go where we want. All right, one quick thing. We've been talking about the Pope, President Trump, and this immigration thing. This is youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Worcester, I think it's pronounced that way, Massachusetts.
Worcester.
Is it Worcester?
Worcester.
I'm not sure. They pronounce it in different ways.
I have family in Worcester.
You do?
Yeah,
well, it's Worcester.
same.
Okay.
It's Worcester.
All right.
It's Worcester.
Well, they pronounce it differently in different places, but I'll take it. I'm not sure about that. Okay. We'll accept that. ICE is approaching people that they want to question and apprehend. When you watch this play out, the media billing it as ICE agents trying to arrest a mom clinging to baby. The point of it is this. We're going to see more of this as we move a little bit off the top 50,000 criminal, illegal aliens, and we're moving into other situations. But ICE does not have to show you warrants or anything else in these situations. Here's how it sounded, and here's how it looks on YouTube. Yeah, I thought it was a little bit louder, closer here. All right. You can hear screams, and you can hear ICE trying to, they're surrounded by about 40 people. ICE and then the police are attacked. We're going to see more of this. And as I see this, Pope, we're going to be egging on. We're going to go back again with this. We played you his brother, that there's something wrong with telling people they can't be in this country unless they're here legally. Archbishop jumping in today. Migrants around the world. New York, we see this. And rather than debating it on the wisdom of it, you're said to be cruel if you go down this path. And I think this is one of the calling cards of where these cardinals are. How is it they're able to be in the Vatican with walls, no illegal immigration, $1 trillion in artwork, all dressed up, and lecturing the rest of us? I resent it. I'm not going to follow that. They have no standing with me. I don't care what they say. Now, in individual cases, there might be some that are holy, that are keeping with the gospel. But in the main, they're guys that have unlimited power in their diocese or as the Pope, and they're using it to tell us things that are unreasonable and not true. And the target is not just going to be Trump. They have to go after J.D. Vance. He is a Catholic. He's converted Catholic. He's very smart, and he's very provocative in the stuff that he writes about the religion, that charity begins at home. They can't have that. They got to go after him. But there is going to be a huge wave for this Pope, ignoring the message and centering on the fact he's born into Chicago and went to Villanova. That's cute. That's fine. But what does it have to do with what's wrong with the church here? Why they have such trouble with Catholics? They have trouble with Catholics because they're wrong. Because they had the priest scandal. And they're wrong on lecturing Catholics. This is in the old days. Catholics in America, by and large, they're not going to take it anymore. And they're right. Why should they take it with people that any number of them border on corruption? Why? That's how I see them. And I think this guy's a classic case of putting together all the things that they want that are illegitimate. You're never going to, they haven't asked him about capital punishment. I've said it many times. I don't care if they say, well, you can't be a Catholic, you're out if you believe in capital punishment. I will believe in capital punishment forever. I know that. I don't care. They can sit in here. The Archbishop can sit in here and say it. It doesn't matter to me. They have no standing on this. They don't want to protect us. They want to protect some mythical creature called the migrants. That has supremacy over protecting Americans. That's what a pope or the case of a president, that's the first standing. What do I have to do to protect Americans' lives and property? Everything else fades away after that. It doesn't matter how many migrants you have. How many is it that the Pope and the Archbishop should think we should take into the country? How many, quote, migrants? What would that number be? Don't you think we're at capacity already? 855-839-1210. All right, I can see people on the bicycle lane, too. It's a pretty wild, the guy calling it a communist plot, it may be a tad overkill, but they are annoying. And particularly the ones that are out in the middle of nowhere. But here in downtown Philadelphia, it is around-the-clock problems. 855-839-1210. Let me talk to you first, though, about a great deal going on. Don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deal. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com, your Rescue product consultant. Or, again, this opportunity is for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 1210 rollback prices right now, and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. Go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS 433838.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Mazda and their huge crossover and SUV lineup. This month, Piazza Mazda is offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers. Choose between the sleek Mazda CX-5, the sporty CX-30, the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, or the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. Discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive, or shop online at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Cale sent you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PICO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, just saw this on Grabian. Nancy Pelosi hopes that Pope Leo will speak out against deportations. I can see this, I'm telling you now, as the type of guy that will do that. and then yet invite Biden and Nancy Pelosi to the Vatican. What's cruel here? The migrants or a baby? What is wrong? There's something deeply wrong with these guys. I mean, that's how far I'm going today and what I'm saying. From Francis, this current Pope, the people that pick him, the Cardinals. Oh, yeah. Do you have Pelosi? Great.
Yeah, here you go.
Here's Nancy Pelosi.
Forcing migration of the vulnerabilities of migrants. Do you think that at this moment, when so many people are looking to him, he could be impactful as a moral and ethical voice on that issue that we're dealing with when so many people are being mass deported or fear it?
Well, I certainly hope so. And from his comments previous to being elected, the Pope, he has made clear what his values and his view of all of that is. And it is important. It is really important for us to listen to the words, both of our elected officials when they say what they say about ranking people and their importance, and our religious leaders.
Can you imagine this nitwit? She's talking about J.D. Vance, this nitwit woman, nitwit Biden. I don't say that about Hillary and Obama. They're smarter. I differ with them, but these are nitwits. And I think this guy, they're sniffing it, they're sensing it, is going to be maybe a smarter, more buttoned-up version of Francis with the fun of being the American Pope, which is fraudulent. And that's what we're seeing, and that's what they're banking on. And I think that's where he'll go. Hey, Nancy, stay in your lane. You can't duke it out with somebody who is that smart with J.D. Vance. She's referencing again J.D. Vance saying something that we all know is true. Charity begins at home. When he talked about the doctrine, that's where your deepest love would be to your wife and kids, then extending out. There's nothing wrong with that. Why is this guy and Francis and these others, why are they so bent out of shape with what Vance said about that? Why is this something that concerns him to that degree? Because they got a good thing going here. They got a good thing with their migrant nonsense. They got a good thing with compliant Catholics around the world. They're burgeoning. And they're having trouble here in the United States because in New York, Catholics are in an uproar in New York City because of being inundated with illegal people. So they send Dolan out, and he tells them, what about your grandparents? What about your parents? Don't you remember that? Oh, stop it. Just stop it. How long can it continue on? Well, they must have feared that in the United States, they're really leaky. And they have to do something with pizzazz. So they say, here's an American Pope. Even though deep down, they know he's a Latin American Pope with liberation theology and all the right stuff. As an enterprise, what's the draw? Is it just inertia? No, around the world, the Catholic Church is hot. Here in this country, though, and I'll tell you, hopefully on Monday, I have a couple in mind. The younger Catholics are more conservative. They're MAGA. Some of these female younger Catholics are big influencers. Can you imagine? They're actually Catholic influencers on the very things that I'm talking about. And they've had it with these guys. But these guys are tough. They've done it this long, and they banded together to give us Francis Jr. here. That's what you're getting. And no, I'm not going to be told to wait and pray and do all that stuff. The prayer is that we don't have to put up with hearing this stuff. The bottom line is this. Let's break it down. These are alleged theologians, biblical scholars. Are they right to say that migrants should be able to roam across the United States? That's what they're saying. Or am I right to say no? It's a nation with borders, an orderly process. We celebrate immigration done in an orderly way. We're a nation of immigrants. Who has it right? All right, coming up, we're going to talk with a friend of Wally Zimmerlong, a big article on transgenders in the military, et cetera, and the repercussions of that. Then I'm going to take your calls here. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village, near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village, near the launching dock. See you at the Regatta. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it's Dom time. Coming to your calls at 855-839-1210. First, James Fitzpatrick is the director of the Center to Advance Security in America, a former official in the Trump 45 administration, an Army veteran, and I believe works with our buddy, big-time attorney, Wally Zimmerlong. He's got a piece up at Town Hall. Step aside, robe resistance. The Department of Defense is within its legal right to ban gender dysphoric service members. James joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, James, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it. Thanks for all you do.
Well, thank you, James. So looking at this, is your argument that, is this the district judge usurping the Supreme Court argument, or is it more an argument that the test is there's no fundamental right to serve in the U.S. military?
It's a little bit of both, right? So let me just back up a little bit, Dom. So I think you understand, but just to your listeners, the Trump administration and Secretary Hegseth are bringing the DoD back to focusing on lethality and turning away from this sort of DEI nonsense that we saw for the past 4 years under Biden, right? That the military is not going to be focused anymore on DEI, on woke gender ideology. It's going to be focused on fighting and winning the nation's wars and keeping the American people safe. And this ruling is thankfully right in context with that, right? So it is going to allow the Trump administration some flexibility to pursue this policy of banning soldiers with gender dysphoria from the military while it is sorted out in the lower courts.
Do we have any idea? Do you have any ballpark figure? How many people are we dealing with? It would seem it would be a tiny number, but apparently it's more small, but not tiny.
Yeah, I think it's a few thousand, but I don't know specifically,
Okay.
Dom. But look, I mean, as I mentioned in the piece, we've long acknowledged kind of as a country that the DoD can screen people with all sorts of health conditions that don't allow them to serve or advance the mission of the military.
All right, well,
And
let
this
me
policy
ask you on
furthers-
that, James, so we
Yeah.
can pin it down and make that point, because Alan West has done it too, but I
Sure.
wanted to hear you. What specifically are some of the things that for listeners, that would disqualify them, like, I guess, asthma, flat feet, and all the other stuff? What is it? They would say, well, we want to serve, we can serve, we're serving every day. Why would they be unfit to serve?
Well, when you're going through the transition process,
Right.
whether the buildup, whether you're in the process or the drawdown from it, you're in what's called a non-deployable status.
Right.
So anytime a member of the military is in a non-deployable status, that drains the unit's resources, time, and energy, because they have to find other soldiers to take the place of the soldier who's in the non-deployable status. So it really is a matter of keeping our units, as I said, lethal, keeping them strong, keeping our resources, to be spent appropriately on fighting and winning the nation's wars, and just making sure our units are focused on accomplishing the mission, as opposed to dealing with all sorts of, issues related to a gender transition.
And again, Alan West has made the point, I think you are too here. It's one thing, day-to-day life here in the United States, you're serving, maybe not on a battlefield, but when there's a call-up, when these resources are needed, we don't want to say, well, we have to figure all this in. We have enough to figure in toward the mission of defending the country, being as lethal as possible, the use of resources. We don't want to have to deal with all this.
That's right. Yeah, and as I mentioned, despite what some radical judges believe, the military is not some sort of social experiment, right? It exists to be lethal and to kill our enemies abroad, right? And frankly, it's been the greatest force for good in really the history of the world. It's done all of this. It's accomplished all it's accomplished, all the while recognizing two genders up until very recently. So that's exactly right. I mean, it can't be bogged down in dealing with nonsense when we're trying to go out there, protect the homeland, and kill our enemies.
Would it be another argument to say, all right, and you just kind of made it, social experimentation, even if a bit messy in sports or whatever, but when you're dealing in the military, we have to once and for all say there can be none of those things. Even if they're noble, how people came from all over the country. That's organic, to fight together, learn each other. It's only one thing. How do we put them together into a unit to defend the country and defend their own lives. No other goal is interceding with that. It gets in the way, even if it's a great goal.
That's right. That's right. We need to be able to recruit and retain members who are mentally, physically, medically, all of the above, ready to serve and deploy to protect their fellow Americans, regardless of any other sort of status. But this affects that ability to quickly deploy, and it also detracts from the unit's readiness. It detracts from the kind of cohesion of the unit, and constantly trying to have to explain why this certain soldier is in a non-deployable status, that sort of thing. So we really just can't take our eye off deployability and lethality. And again, like I said, the president and the Secretary Hegseth are bringing us back away from the nonsense toward the core mission of the DoD, and that's what we need to be doing.
All right, James, thank you very much. Say hello to Wally, too. You're the director of the Center to Advance Security in America. What capacity did you have in Trump 45?
I served as the regional representative for Secretary Eugene Scalia in the Department of Labor for the Mid-Atlantic region. So, yeah, I was actually based in Philly, but I traveled all around the region on his behalf, promoting the labor agenda of the president.
Well, James, thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Dom.
All right, James Fitzpatrick, director of the Center for Advanced Security in America. All right, so two things have caught on here. The Pope and bike lanes. And this guy on Newsmax, New York, they're inundated with them, getting into that. But it should occur to us once we get past the frivolity that this guy is an American, he knows Wawa and all that. Okay. All right, that's cute. Nice one-day story. The thing that matters, though, is what the other side is sniffing out, and I think they're right. He's in there on illegal immigration. He's in there to say that if you're following Trump, if you're supportive of Trump, not every verbal and every signal, but if you're supportive of Trump, you're supportive of cruelty, not just in this, but in general. And he's going to be the force, the Inquirer bills it, against, the big force against this cruel America. This is what it's coming down to. That's what they're wanting. They're throwing down the guard. And I don't think they can hide behind they're a cardinal or archbishop or whatever. This is based upon their own political view. Where does it say in the Bible that we have to be overrun by people that are here illegally? Well, what about the suffering? We come back to Central America, South America again. And we ask the question, how many people would you have to take in around that? We get no answer. We ask about the out-of-control crime and attacks, drug gangs, Rachel Lakin, etc. We get no answer. They have no answer. They're hiding behind the fact that you can't ask them anything. The hierarchy, from the Pope on down. And Dan and I, sitting in for Dawn, Dan made a good point. Why, if he was such a ringer through Francis, did it take so long? Well, a little bit is they let the drama play out. Some of it, though, they were looking. He's got a bad record. Based upon SNAP, which is the biggest survivors group, they give him a bad record on the pre-scandal. So I bet they were debating, well, look, how's that going to look? How's it going to play out? And in the end, what they won out of this guy, won out even over that. That's the message they're sending you. And if you hear me say, I resent it, I do. And if you are a Catholic particularly, or have been, do you? Are you going to fall in line and go with the fact that you can eat a pretzel at Wawa? All right, let me go to Robert in Ben Salem, who's been AWOL here. Hey, Robert, how have you been? We're just thinking about you.
Oh, I've had leave, so I wasn't absent without leave.
Oh, okay.
No,
all right.
I just had a lot on my plate. I was telling Henry that I've been listening, but I haven't been able to call in.
Okay.
But I'm glad to be able to call in. I wanted to talk about the Pope, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a Catholic, so it's not my business who the Catholics choose to be the Pope. But I'm not going to be listening to some guy sitting in a walled city telling us about what we should do with people coming into our country. Take down the wall around the Vatican and leave yourselves subject to the growing Sharia law in your own continent before you start talking to us about how we should deal with it. It's so hypocritical, it's not even funny. But I got to tell you, Dom, do you think that something like this over the term could lead to a schism within the church? because there's a lot of conservative Catholics that are saying this is nuts, And it's happened before.
And people came up the other night. I wouldn't say, Robert, they were asking for I'll get to the answer here, my advice, but I said to them, look, it's your faith. You're not going to let them, whatever they do. You believe you're a Catholic for life. It's an identity. To your point about a schism, no, what's happening here, I think, is a lot of people, at least middle age and up, they're not fighting it. They're maintaining a Catholic identity. We're going to bring you next week, though, these younger women who have millions of followers who are Catholic influencers, and they're traditional wives, but feminist, and they're pro-Trump in most things. And they're the younger ones, that are pushing back against this and fighting for the faith on this.
Well, it seems like it's a big lack of history on the part of the people who lead the Catholic Church. Lebanon used to be run by Maronite Christians. They're gone. Egypt used to be run by Coptic Christians. They're gone. Islam is a party of conquer and impose their religion on people. The Catholic Church has to know this. Why are they being so obtuse about it? I don't get it, man.
They're coward. They're cowardly. They're politically correct. The same thing with China. They don't speak about China. The easy target is to attack Trump and to attack America, essentially.
That's just sad, but I love kicking these things around with you, Don. But
well, hey, I would tell you that it's just you are missed. You are just I'm thinking, something. They shanghaied him somewhere.
Likewise, and I'm back in better form than ever, Don.
Absolutely,
whatever that means.
Who's your name change?
Well, I'm going to go with a guy whose latest name change is actually going to be a pertinent question going forward. His name was Sean Puffy Combs, and then he changed his name to Puff Daddy, and now he's P. Diddy. And that's the question when he gets to court. Did he? That's all I got, Tom. You guys have a great day, okay?
He was working that lineup for a week. You can't tell me otherwise here.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. Very good. By the way, President Trump has acknowledged the Vatican called. He will be meeting with Pope Leo XIV. And the president was generous in his own Trumpian way. Just say he's looking at it, I guess, on the surface. We got an American Pope. That's great. And he's tied in with Dolan and the whole New York scene, et cetera. And I don't care about any of that. I really don't even care that he is traditional on abortion, as far as I can tell, and on gender issues. It's more this fixation on shoving it down your throat. And I'll tell you, my theory is they want compliant Catholics, and they're getting them in Africa and Hispanic Catholics. They're compliant. They're not going to be telling these guys, no, you're wrong. And American Catholics are. They've been tired of it for a long time. I'm not talking about the average priest. I'm talking about the people that advance to these levels. They're corrupt in many instances. They're out of control. They have been as long as I can remember, here in Philadelphia and in other places. Some of them are better at it than others. And at base, it's scolding, telling us what the rules of the road are and couching it in theology somehow, or the gospel. Let me go to the Earl of Tacony here, has been waiting quite a bit. Earl, welcome in. Hi.
Hi, Dom. Yesterday you were talking about what you want to do about the changing your name if you ever became Pope.
Yes.
If I became Pope, I would change my name to Secula, S-E-C-U-L-A.
Okay.
That's the Latin word for generation. That way, Pope Secula could be the choice of the new generation.
Okay, that's good. That works. Henry is the one that sniffed out the Leo thing yesterday because the 13th was much the social activist.
He could have been the first one to ever just keep his name. We could have had a Pope Bob.
Yes, that's right. Pope Bob would have been more fun.
I don't think you got the joke, though. Pepsi Cola. Pope's Cola.
I got it. I got it.
Okay.
I think I did. Dan may have been.
I missed it.
I missed it when he screened me.
They're still eating all this stuff from the Malin Bakery.
On a sugar high over here.
Thank you from Ocean City and Dr. Bent's, all these sticky buns. Yeah.
Well, Henry missed it, too, because I think that's a bit before their time.
Okay.
But Secula also means the tail light on a bicycle, which gets me to the point of the bicycle lanes. My father said, call Dom about the bicycle lanes. I said, I already talked to him about that before. But I was down at 2nd and Pine yesterday near Head House Square, and the cops roused us out of the bike lane where we were double parked because I was working on a 4-story building there. So they made us go across the street. We squeezed into a tiny little spot with our nose sticking out. They said you can't park there either. I had to park 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
Now, you got to realize we pay a registration fee, an inspection fee, a license fee. We pay gas taxes. We pay auto insurance. We pay for the roads. Now, you have bikes that have no registration, no licensing. They have no insurance. If I hit someone on a bike, I got to pay for them. If someone on a bike hits me,
right,
I'm out of luck because they don't have insurance.
Also,
I've
never seen anybody on a bike get a ticket for almost anything in my experience. In other words, they want to be treated equally as a road vehicle until they want to go through red lights, then they're not.
But I was doing research on this while I was waiting on hold, and I keep seeing all these stories about people that ride bikes. They're opposed to registration. They're opposed to insurance.
They are. The Bicycle Coalition,
you want all of the benefits of having the roads that were built and paid for by gasoline vehicles, which are evil, but you don't want to pay any of the costs that are needed to maintain them. It's completely one-sided.
Who's your person? Who's the name change, Earl?
My name is Albert Einstein, and the person that changed his name said that the real Albert Einstein changed his name to sound more intelligent. And, of course, that's a joke because Albert Einstein changed his name to Albert Brooks.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right, hit us with that all-time name change.
The Al Brooks, is he actually Albert Einstein? I didn't know that. No.
I don't know. I think that was another joke there. I'm not exactly sure. By the way, when we talk about afterward, and you can hit me on Twitter if you think this is a good one on the side question. I was noodling it. I'm looking at graduation season, and I'm looking at advice to the graduates. And words of wisdom, words of nonsense. Haven't done that aside in years. I always like that. What advice would you give to a graduate? It's not easy to do. What advice would I give to somebody graduating college right now? All right? You can be jokey. You can be serious. I think I actually wrote a few down, Dan, that I had already. I tried this last night with another audience. The number one thing I would tell them is the biggest choice you have when you're competing is this. No one can outwork you. In other words, they can be smarter. They can have better hair. Doubtful. They can be taller. They can be better looking. They could come from money. There's one choice you have and they have. Who's going to work at it? When you think about it, that's about the only thing you can necessarily control. You're not moved by that, Dan. You're not throwing your tassel up in the air and moved by
I'm
that
looking
device.
for audio here because there was a protest held 2 days ago in New York by these cyclists. I'm trying to find anything good about it.
All right.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, we're focused. The world has a pope, and now the bicycle lane is ruined.
Well, it's because last week, I don't know if you saw this, I don't mean to change the subject,
yeah.
but New York introduced a new crackdown on cyclists, and they're going to be charging criminal summonses for those who run through red lights and stop signs rather than just standard tickets, traffic tickets. They're going to have criminal summonses because of this, and cyclists are furious about that because they can't be asked to stop at a red light. Come on.
Yeah, and New York is really, really inundated with bike lanes now. Huge amounts. All right, 855-839-1210. You want to get in? We have a $50 gift card to the Great Gallows up there on the boulevard with Jim Harvey. That'll be the grand prize today at the end. The Pope, though, you heard Robert, too. It's the Muslim faith. It's China they're afraid of. They're egging him on, though. He's going to go after Trump. The Inquirer 7 printed pages today. Why are they sniffing that this is their guy? Because they're right. He is their guy. And he's put in there to do exactly that. And he's younger than Francis. I think he's more intelligent, and I think he's got it together. He's more buttoned up. So I think I want him to be. I want him to spit it out. I want him to tell us what he's harboring. Because he has no chance of winning it. They get away with the stuff. The Archbishop of Philadelphia, his comment, this guy's going to be for immigration around the world. What does that mean? What's that word immigration mean to the Archbishop of Philadelphia? It means illegal immigration also. Who would be against legal immigration? How is it that the Catholic Church thinks it's a winner in America? Didn't we just have an election? And wasn't the core issue illegal immigration, the border being overrun? And Trump not only won the swing states, he won the popular vote. Because across the board, people said enough. So we're supposed to believe that this man knows better than Americans. He knows better that we're wrong. He's inspired by God or something here, that he's right. Was he chosen by the Holy Spirit, by God? I don't believe that. He was chosen by a conclave of people who are as political. It could be the Senate, it could be the House. I believe the conclave is straight on. They're that political. That's what it's about. And they believe in this stuff because it benefits them. It benefits them to egg on migrants and compliant groups of people to ally with the church. And who's opposed to that? Your average American that's paying the freight, has sat in the pews all these years and identifies with Trump and what Trump plans to do. And we're not even there yet, where we're deporting people other than people with crimes, etc. What's it going to be like when we get to that level in a year or so? 855-839-1210. You get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
WPHT.
All right, Judge Janine leaves the 5 and heads to be the prosecutor in D.C. Man, right in the center of the action. I've had good experiences with Judge Janine over the years. Had to dust her up, though, when she was talking about taxing the rich and the tariffs, and be quiet about it recently. Dan, the first time we met we were both in the dressing room of the Montel Williams show.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Can you imagine? Oh, my God. It was on school security, and whatever I said made the other guests walk off the set.
No.
I wish I had
Really?
remembered. Oh, yeah. It was nuts. It was
Wow.
quite dramatic, and Montel was very good. The only problem is they want you there 3 hours in advance, makeup and all this stuff.
Oh,
it was, Judge
why?
Janine was in a chair for quite a while. Well, men don't have to worry. It's
So
women.
what was the topic of the day? Because they have a little chyron with the topic at the bottom
it
left.
was about school safety and all that, and whether teachers should be armed, and I was on that side. Of course they should be. And I made the point that the other person, Montel, liked it. Problem with the schools, they have too many doors and too many exits that now maybe they're better now electronically, but back then, I think one in Philadelphia, William Penn, had like 100 of one way or another. I mean, anybody can just slip in at any time. That's more of a problem than anything. It's not hard to get into a lot of schools still. But Judge Janine is going to be quite a force there. Giving up the 5, arguably the most popular show on cable. Not sure who they're going to replace her with. Katie Pavlik is my favorite. But I don't know that, they'll bring somebody legal in, what they'll do. But it was out of the blue. And she is a huge Trump supporter. All right, let me go to Mary in Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Mary, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, okay. So I called in because I just turned on my radio and I heard someone saying something about the conclave and how they only wanted to please the people in the pews because, with immigration issues, and that the people in the pews are Trump supporters, so the conclave wants to be on board with that. And that earlier I had heard them say something like the Holy Spirit has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that's me.
This morning.
Do you really believe that this is the Holy Spirit, or is it a political consideration with these cardinals?
I believe it is the Holy Spirit, but you need to understand the nature of holiness and the nature of how God works in people. So he moves people's hearts to do things that he wants them to do. Of course, we have free will and we can do stupid things too, and we can be political and self-serving. But I believe that in the case of the election of Pope Leo, that those cardinals were praying, that they were guided by the Holy Spirit. There are practical considerations that we might consider, but I do believe that this is the Holy Spirit. And I think to say in public and on radio to thousands of people that the Holy Spirit has nothing to do with this, it's just a lack of understanding of what holiness even is.
Well, Mary, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I have seen these guys up close. How do we explain, what did the Holy Spirit have to do with the priest scandal that any of these people are involved in? And the Pope is rated badly by SNAP, which is the survivors network of people that were abused, maybe 10,000, 20,000 across the country, and cover it up. He has a low rating from them. Does that give you pause that they know of?
It certainly is upsetting, and I know people who were abused. So I lived through, the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, and I have been close to people in church all that time. So I've heard stories. I know of people, and so that is very upsetting. And what was happening there is that people, as I said, have free choice, and there also are evil spirits who, certainly
Excuse
are
me, Mary,
delighted.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but they chose him knowing this, Mary. What does that tell you about them?
Well, I would want to know exactly what Pope Leo the 14th was doing during that time, because if it was when he was working with the poor in South America, was he far removed from this with little ability to do things? I don't know that much about it.
Well, Mary, I will tell you, you can just Google and you can see the Chicago papers talking about that. In the main, he was in Chicago as a bishop. And that's what the survivors are upset about. In Peru, he was more centralized than just out there in the field, and we had the same issue. Now, he has other great qualities, I can tell, but I think they overlook that because they have a political bent. And I thought we should be trying to get, and I know practical concerns, just as you said, but I just don't believe the Holy Spirit and being informed spiritually is the number one thing. I think 103 of these people were appointed by Pope Francis, Mary, and they wanted another in the mode of St. Francis, and that's liberation theology. It's migrants, all those things that I object to.
Well, I understand all of that, and it makes sense. There is one issue that we aren't addressing, and this is very hard for survivors and the people I know who are survivors to accept, and that is the nature of forgiveness too. If a person has truly repented, they are forgiven of, whatever. So I'm not saying that an abuser should ever be in a position again where he can commit abuse, but someone who is on the outskirts of that issue, who perhaps hasn't done the best that he could have done, there is an ability for that person to be forgiven. And to have repented of not helping the survivors as much as they should have. So, I'm going to go and educate myself as you just advised me to. I will look up SNAP. I had never heard of them, so I will certainly do that. I still think, notwithstanding that, does not discredit the action of the Holy Spirit in the conclave. And I think that too many people have watched this movie and kind of been swayed and maybe jaded a little bit.
And I would say respectfully to you, because someone praying for the Pope in church is noble, and I'd be the last one to push back against that. I would say for you, though, Mary, I think you are a good and spiritual person, and I think you're putting yourself in the place, and I think my experience with a lot of these guys and what I've done over the years, taking a look at this through the priest scandal, I did the first Cardinal show, is that they're not your average priests. They're advancers. They're very political. They're just in a different field. And I think that they don't necessarily react the way that you would. If you were picking the Pope, just based on this one conversation, I'd have a lot of faith in that of what you would be looking at.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm serious. It's obvious. How in the world would I argue with somebody making the case that you are? I'm just telling you my practical experience. Mary, they use language that is political language, front runners and this and that and other constantly. So do a little bit of that, and then maybe we'll talk again. I do appreciate it then.
Well, I would say, as far as the language goes, no one knows what language was used during the conclave, right?
Yeah.
So, and what I'm seeing is, as I was looking at the media, and especially social media, and I immediately turned off anything that said who was a front runner, because I didn't want to hear the speculation, So,
I hear you.
but there's one other thing I wanted to say that was said earlier today, and that was that the church had lost its teaching authority. And that cannot happen, because the teachings of the church are from centuries ago. The main church doctrine doesn't change. So if someone's teaching you what is church doctrine, that's not any different today than it was before the priest scandal or anything else. So
all right. Thank you,
the
Mary.
church never loses that.
I'm glad you called. Thank you very much. Hope to talk with you again. Coming up, the man of the hour will take more calls. Chris O'Leary, and I really appreciate this, Dan, tracking him down. He's the guy that wrote this piece in the Bucks County Courier-Times this week, telling us of teacher salaries in Bucks County. I'm a big fan of teachers making more money through merit pay, but these are through just what the school districts are paying. The one was a $191,000 a year teacher. We'll talk with him next, but we'll get to all of your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
We're expecting some rain this evening and overnight. We'll get down to around 55. Tomorrow, high of only 62 with more rain expected. Saturday will be beautiful, high 74 and mostly sunny. Sunday, which is Mother's Day, we're expecting a gorgeous day, high of 82.
Your favorite soda just got a cool new twist. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. Try the new Twisted Cola blender drink topped with cocoa lime cream or dig into the Cola Gelati. Stop by Rita's and grab cola treats before they're gone. Be cool. Eat at Rita's.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Weather sponsored by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, I'm Giordano. Chris Ulrey was cited to us, I think, as a colleague of the great J.D. Mullane on this column on Levittown and Trump's first 100 days, doing all that research. The facts and figures and data were incredible in just one town. And then he surfaced again on, which day of the week was this? On Monday. Headline, here's the highest paid teachers in Bucks County. Central Bucks teacher, he says at least one teacher was paid $191,047 in the 2024-2025 school year, the highest salary recorded in the state data for full-time classroom teacher. Chris joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chris, thank you very much, and kudos on the Levittown article first.
Oh, thank you. I actually do need to jump in here real quick, though, because there was an issue with the salary story there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about sorry, some wires got crossed there. I thought we were talking about a teacher diversity story first there. The salary story, unfortunately, Central Bucks is not the highest paid on there. So the data comes from school districts report their salary data to the Department of Education, the Pennsylvania Department of Education, which is where we use that data from. 2 school districts, Central Bucks and Penridge, had a principal in each district that was marked as a teacher in the data.
Oh, okay.
And that was their.
Okay.
So Bucks County schools do still rank among some of the highest in the state, but we've since had to do a major editor's note on that, change the headlines on it because of that error in the data.
But you do have a teacher in Philadelphia, or is that a principal too at 149.09?
No, those do appear to be correct. I went back through and
okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is my field, Chris. You may not know. I'm a former teacher. I do various things around education. But the numbers and the averages, I thought were, wow, Bucks County teachers are well paid. I was surprised, too. Is this one accurate? The state average teacher pay is $84,003.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I found that to be amazing. I don't know how long you've been covering this. I thought back in the day, because of rural Pennsylvania, not just the big cities, some districts it was only $40,000 a year. So now 84, that's not a bad number for Pennsylvania, is it?
No, I mean $84,000. That is that's more than I make, that's for sure.
Okay, and Chris, when we take a look at the averages here, and I think they're accurate, right? Both elementary and then the high school level, the averages are pretty healthy. Like New Hope, Solebury, the average salary is $124.13. I think that gives us a pretty good barometer that we'd have to say people are well compensated in New Hope, Solebury.
Yeah, and New Hope Solebury is that is actually the highest in the state for the average elementary school teacher, and also average high school teacher. They have that as well.
So, Chris, are you aware, or do you at least have a ballpark? One thing that a person, so people would be asking, and I think I have a pretty good sense. First of all, these are well-paying school districts, but two, some of the ones on the high end, like the 140 and those in the 120, 130, they may have a lot of education credits and they may be teaching 25 years, something like that. Do you have a sense of some of these higher salaries?
Oh, so whenever I did the analysis, I didn't weight it for the years or the teaching degrees, but I do know I've done similar stories in the past here, and yeah, they do tend to also rank up high as far as more teachers with master's degrees. Many of them have decades in the district here.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing that was interesting was whenever I was looking at the maximum and median salaries for Centennial School District, like half of the teachers in that district were making the maximum salary. They've been there for years, decades, and were very well educated. So I think there is there is something that they are, it's not just that they're getting higher pay for no reason.
Yes, I hear you. And Chris, the other point, the first question I should have asked was why? Why did you center in on this? What is it that you were looking for, trying to get a handle? Was there an issue, people saying they're not well paid? What is it that drove this?
Honestly, I'm a data reporter. I just like numbers, and the state issues this report every year. So once it comes out, I like to go through that.
Well, you know what? You're made for talk radio. You probably know that. We like data. We like talking about and breaking it down. And one of the things I would extrapolate from this, it's one thing if they reach this level. That's well paid in my view. I'm more of a merit pay. And I've said, Chris, I don't care if you have $1 million teacher. That could happen. They're superstar teachers. But then it's the pension thing. Central Bucks, most of these school districts, I'm told like this, do they give 100% of your last salary in pension or 80%? I mean, it's a pretty good number. So if the average is, say, the 120 we talked about, if you're getting anywhere near that in a pension for the rest of your life, say you retire at 60 or somewhere near there, that's a pretty good deal.
Well, I mean, it can be. The data doesn't really have anything on pensions in it,
right?
Unfortunately, of course. So I can't really speak to that, with any real experience there. And also, there, I think that it is important to note. I'm not sure how this would factor into pensions exactly, but as we're looking at the average salaries, these will change year to year. So, it could be there could be teachers that had just made that whenever the data was reported. I'm not sure how that factors into pensions. That's not really my area.
Did it surprise you? Because I haven't seen these data points before. And again, I didn't know on average that these school districts were now paying over $100,000 on average, give or take here. I didn't know that routinely had been reached. Were you aware of that? Did it surprise you, any of these numbers?
Well, actually, not really. I've done similar stories in the past. I think the highest salary in Central Bucks, maybe a couple of, or the the highest salary in Central Bucks a couple of years ago was around, I think it was 136,000. And really these averages weren't very different from, they've gone up a little bit, but they weren't too terribly different from before.
There was another column, Chris. You took a look at data. How diverse are Bucks County teaching staffs? Not very compared to others in Southeast Pennsylvania. So we're looking at the school districts. That means obviously Philadelphia, but the other suburban areas. You say Philadelphia School District, where white teachers make up just 62% of the I didn't even know they were that high. Montgomery County had 7 districts among the most diverse in the state. Delaware County had 3. Chester County had 1. And then you break down the Bucks County School District. Let me see if I can find Penridge is 96% white, Centennial 96.5, Central Bucks 96.7, and New Hope Salisbury 98.7, which is really, you have a few. And Morrisville is 100% white. So when you got this data, what is it you were taking a look at? What kind of drove this?
I was mostly curious about, well, for one, we had a column on a race within salary data, so I just thought that would be an interesting demographic to break down. And also I was interested in how sort of the demographics of the student or the teachers compares to the student body. Unfortunately, we don't have the 2024-2025 enrollment, so I had to use last year's on there.
Mm-hmm.
But what was striking to me is that across the state, I think almost half of the 500 public school districts in Pennsylvania are 100% white teaching staff. Most of the school districts in Pennsylvania for student body are not very diverse, mostly white. But whenever we look at sort of southeastern Pennsylvania, that is home to some of the most diverse student bodies in the state.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bucks County, 3 of the districts, and Morrisville actually being one of them, was, I think, somewhere between the 11th to 13th most diverse for student body, but was one of the 240 some school districts that have a 100% white teaching staff. And there are studies that suggest that the more diverse a teaching staff is, the better it is for educational outcomes, not just for students of color as far as representation goes, but just having as many diverse backgrounds as possible. And it just seemed striking to me that in a county that has some of the most diverse student bodies, it kind of compares more. So Bucks County compares more aligns more with the state as far as diverse teaching staff, and neighbors that are really sort of outliers more towards the more diverse. But I would say, if you're looking at Pennsylvania as a whole, the diversity among teaching staff in general is still very, very low.
Well, Chris, when do we see your work? Is it every Monday, or is it just when you have data and you want to be in the story? Because I want to star that and make sure I see it. The highest paid teachers thing, I'm glad it was corrected. Even I thought 191. What the heck? Were they coaching every sports team? They have 2 doctorates, and they've been there for 50 years. Were you inundated? Because, this 191K, did they have the pitchforks for you saying, my God, what are you doing here?
Yes. No, it was quite an experience. And I do apologize for the teachers that had to deal with any backlash for that. But unfortunately, it's only as good as the data that we have. And I don't know why the districts reported these 2 principals as teachers, but it's what we have. But still, like I said, whenever we took out those 2, I think it changed Penridge and Central Bucks a bit drastically, but you still had them among, I think, every district in Pennsylvania had the top 100 for highest paid teachers, and Central Bucks, I think, just dropped down a couple of ranks. So
yeah, it's big here. It's big. Chris, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on. And again, I'll be watching for you and seeing some new interesting stuff at phillyburbs.com. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, Chris Ulrey here on Talk Radio 1210. Darn, that took away that $191,000 teacher, but still, the averages are in the 120s. And then there's the pension. I believe it could be 100%. That's not bad versus a 401k. I think teachers ought to be on a 401k, not a pension. And the reason is this: they are well paid now, at least in a place like Central Bucks. That's pretty good pay. All right, coming to you, hit us that all-time, and we still have some contention saying, here we go again. I'm taking the Pope's own words, what he said on social media, his brother, etc. This guy is a proponent of illegal immigration. That's okay. That seems to be in the mainstream of the church now. You can dress it up, call it migrants, call it all kinds of things, but that's what we're talking about. Let me tell you about Dr. Bentz first. First of all, thanks to Dr. Bentz, and I don't know if he was in Ocean City one day and hit us with the sticky buns. Thanks to Malins there. We'll have to hit them when we're at the shore.
Henry's been chewing on them.
Yes, I noticed
love
here.
Malins.
They're very, you know Malins? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All
Got 'em
right.
all the time.
We'll put them on the list when we're at the shore. I just measure how far away from Mulligan's are. You know those signs? I want it outside. Johnny has a sign that says to Tahiti, 4,000 miles. That would be cool at Mulligan's. Yeah. To Dom Giordano's studio, 92 miles. That's the number one thing. But Dr. Bentz was celebrating Prostodontist Week, and I told you I was over there the other day that met one of our listeners, and I love this story. This woman was remarkable. She said, I'm vintage, but I'm not old, and my dentist told me, I was listening to you, you have to get dentures. I went, what? And suddenly it hit Dr. Bentz. She went to Dr. Bentz, and Dr. Bentz said, get out of here. We're not doing that. She showed me her smile. She showed me the advancement that she's been able to make. And it was just one of those moments that makes you feel good when I tell you my experience with Dr. Bentz and patients, listeners that have gone for the last 10 years. Dr. Bentz knows that every smile is unique. He knows, too, that it begins with great diagnosis. I mean, he is all over that with the latest ability to take a look at it, his knowledge, and then to give you choices of where you can go with this. I chose a dental implant recently, and that's going along really well. But if you want the very best dental care, the people I run into, last 3 times I've been there, I met a listener that we sent to Dr. Bentz. You will get great dental care and health. The Bentz Difference, the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit them at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in. So, more and more information about the Pope, and there are some people defending this, arguing the evidence is not there. Bob might be one of them. Bob, are you in Elmont?
Yes, Tom.
Okay.
Tom, first of all, when you're talking about the teachers, I have to say something. The Democrats were giving out money like crazy for the last 4 years. And if you have an inflation rate that's 30+%,
right,
and a consumer price index which is going up because look at the price of eggs and this and that, of course you're going to have people who want to negotiate to make up that loss.
Well,
So
but that
these
that
teachers-
doesn't mean that. But these are way high. These are very high. versus
No. Let me tell you something. If I bought a candy bar in 1965 and it was 5 cents, with inflation, what's the value
No,
of
wait
5
a
cents?
minute, Bob.
Well,
You're making $120,000 a year on a 10-month-a-year job with a pension that might be $120,000. That's a lot.
That's negotiated. Listen, but if somebody's causing 30+ inflation rate over the 4 years, they're printing money like they did in World War I.
It's
Look
still
up World
still
War
high.
I
The
hyperinflation.
average person's salary has not gone up to these numbers. These numbers, on average, are very high.
They have to play catch up. Now you're seeing people look at the New Jersey transit people. They make 80-something a year. They're engineers, and they have to catch up with the inflation rate. You know?
Oh, okay.
What
Well, all right, Bob. What did you want to
All
say
right,
about the
you
Pope?
agree with
Yeah. No, I don't. But
I
what
want
did
to
you?
say about the Pope, but I don't speak for the Catholic Church. I'm a cradle Catholic, but
Okay.
the Church speaks for itself. Jesus is the reason for the Church, not the Pope. We have a doctrine. There's no such thing as a traditionalist or a liberal Catholic. You're either in communion with the doctrine or you're not. Everything else.
Okay.
is
Well, let's get past that. So, does the doctrine say we should have people flooding across our borders?
Exactly. I disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree wholly. But I want to remind you of something. We had Archbishop Romero. I don't know
All
if
right,
you're...
Bob, we're getting way off the point. So thank you. And look, I support teachers making good money. These are way high, though, much higher, I think, and they were surprising to people, the averages in the 120 plus range. That's a lot with no merit pay, nothing based on that. You know, it's important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all your impurities from the water. What comes out of the tap, that's crystal clear, all natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind. You know that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They come out to your home, test your water, recommend solutions, show you the impurities coming out. Now, we recently had cabinets done. Thank God when I get home, everything's going to be back, I believe. But the guys that were putting back our filtration system had a problem. Guy from Martin right there on the phone talked them through step by step with it. This is the service they provide. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There's no fees taken out of what we made and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive Crash-Proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Oh, we are really given the busyness of his schedule, and I don't know where he's going to go, one of our all-time favorites. I think he's going to be more in favor of this Pope than I am. Joining us is Bill Donahue from New York, president of the Catholic League here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, I'm sure it's been a whirlwind. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you. You're my favorite. You know, I wish I could have gotten with you earlier, but I just got swamped, and I myself had to study this man a bit more, and I feel much better today than I did yesterday. And I didn't want to jump into the media. Okay. I basically said no to all media yesterday because I wanted to really just jump into this thing.
Okay. Well, you know how I value you on this. I've been studying him too, and not just the usual media runaround, but. I'm a bit skeptical of this American wrapper on him. I think it's clever, but I think he's just as much, if not more, of the Latin American, more of a Francis. What have you found, Bill, that's maybe moved you a little bit more favorably?
Well, yesterday I was concerned that some of the people whose opinion I don't like, I think they're pretty far on the left, cardinals, priests in particular, they were kind of like rallying around him, and that gave me pause. I said, why would they like him? I've come to the conclusion that they're basically lying, that they want to keep entree with him because they want to try and move the needle, push him more their way. Quite frankly, if you take a look at the issues that matter most to Catholics, with the exception of immigration, where he's clearly on the liberal side, when it comes to issues such as abortion, euthanasia, assisted suicide, homosexuality, gender ideology, he's right down where he should be, pro-marriage and pro-family, properly understood. He clearly identifies, when you take the name Pope Leo XIV, well, it usually signals you like something about the guy before you, namely Pope Leo XIII.
Right.
He was a strong defender of capitalism. Now, Francis hated capitalism. So this is a very, very big divide right there when it comes to economic policy. Well, like I said, with the exception of immigration, where he tends to be more on the liberal side, I don't see this, and I also don't see him as being impulsive. Francis got himself into trouble because he was undisciplined. And when he was on the papal plane, he said things that were off the cuff. We liked the idea that he was unscripted, but they had to walk it back all the time. This is a much more disciplined man. And I think that let's put it this way, I'm cautiously optimistic today, and I can say that I've spoken to other people who felt the same way I did yesterday, very informed Catholics. And overnight, after we read more, look, he as I pointed out, is he a Republican? Is he a Democrat? Is he an independent? No, he's a Republican. How do we know that? Because they got the voter rolls. And he voted in the Republican primary in Illinois in 12 and in 14, 16. Now, from what I can tell, he is more of a Bush-type Republican than he is a Trump-like Republican. But the idea that some people on the right are saying, oh, he's woke, he's Marxist, they're nuts.
All right, Bill, let's get it on that. So I agree with you on all the issues you ticked off there. Gender, I've seen some of the stuff they've said. There are two areas of concern, and I have to admit they dwarf. Maybe it's the way it's being built here in Philadelphia. You probably have seen this nationally. The Philadelphia Inquirer, he's the perfect guy to take on the cruelty of Trump. The immigration issue is paramount with me. I think given what you do and your brilliance in it, Catholic doctrine, I defer to you, and from what I can tell, you're exactly right. All the things that you talked about. Here's what I'd like to see, though. With this Pope and with some of these cardinals, I'd like to see the language when we hear the word cruelty out there, we hear about the migrants. I'd like to see it back toward the children, toward abortion, and some of the defiance of Democrat politicians who Francis looked the other way. I don't want everything to be political, but that is the core issue. And I don't think that the church seems to be leaning toward the immigration issue.
Well, they are today because it seems to be pressing. And when it comes to immigration, I just wish that everybody, and it certainly doesn't apply to you or to me, nor to millions of Americans, when we talk about immigration and migrants, we need to make a profound distinction between those people who came here legally and those people who came here illegally. And I hate it when people just throw them into one pot. No, they're not all the same. You come here legally, you wait online, and if you break the law, then obviously they should arrest you. But these people who are crashing our borders, they're not the poorest of the poor. The poorest of the poor are so poor they can never migrate any place. These people come with their cell phones and their social media, and we tell them where they can get welfare, and they come in. They're not political refugees. And if we don't make that distinction, then it seems to me that the bishops are hurting their own credibility when they don't say they give us a lip service. They say, yes, every nation has a right to protect its borders. And then they have the but. Stop at the buts. If we have a right to protect our own borders, then we have a right to lock up people who crash our borders.
Bill, would this be based upon what you said yesterday? It wouldn't have been your first choice. Does it tell us anything? I think you and I may have talked about, and a couple of others, that Francis put all these people in, but any number of them, you may have said it, are a bit more conservative, if I can use that term, because they're in Africa, they're in Mongolia, they're in these places. So even though he placed them, doesn't mean they would go along with it. This seems to be someone in deep confidence with Pope Francis. So tell us about that this guy was chosen. What happened, do you think?
Well, obviously there had to be some type of a compromise, and the ones on the left are already saying, well, we didn't want him.
Okay.
We wanted somebody else, but that's about the best that we can get. I think the fact that he knew so many people around the world, these guys don't even know each other. They live in the peripheries. He was in charge of the department of bishops, the dicastery of bishops. It was his job to advise Pope Francis on as to who should be made a bishop in different parts of the world. He had a leg up on every one of the other 132 cardinals who voted, because unlike all the others, he actually got a chance to meet these people around the world. I think that played a major role in why people could say, he would have been my first choice on the conservative side or on the liberal side, but he seems to be like a sensible man, and he's not Francis too. I guarantee you that. So listen. You get what you can get. Sure, I love the Ombongo from the Congo. Sounds like a dance. He's an African, and he would have been my first choice. But I think that listen, even Francis, he wanted to change things. But there is something called scripture and tradition in the Catholic Church. In the Catholic Catechism, there's something called doctrine. You can't change that. He tried to push it that way. So if he didn't change it, I am much more confident that it's not even going to be challenged here. And I also think one other thing. I was very happy to read today that Cardinal Dolan, whom I know very well, he had to turn in his resignation papers in February to Pope Francis because he turned 75. Then the Pope is allowed to accept or reject. If he accepts, then you're gone. And if he says no, that means you can stay on for possibly 5 years. Now that all that stuff has been frozen and it gets reopened under Leo, I guarantee you that Dolan's going to stay. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. I'll tell you one reason why. Dolan is tight with Trump. And Leo, the new pope, doesn't want to be adversarial with Trump, even though he's been somewhat critical, and he needs a bridge. Dolan's the bridge, and I think that means he's going to stay.
Oh, it's have to have the Irish prelate there in New York. You're right on that one. All right, is it there was no chance of Dolan, I guess, and again, no. He's a magnet. I mean, I've only had him on twice. He called in. He was very funny. I differ with him on the immigration stuff and where he goes, but he is what, too American? They wanted somebody with a foot in both worlds here, I guess.
I think so. And as I say, because he was an international pope more than an American or even Peruvian, he had that flavor to him. More people could say, if we're going to get somebody who's a little bit more moderate in the middle, I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, we need the pendulum to be pushed a little to the right, to the center, because it went too far to the left. And I think people realize he'll do that without giving it a wild swing.
All right. Well, Bill, thank you very much as always. Where do we find the Catholic League? Where do we go?
Right to the website, www.catholicleague, one word, catholicleague.org, O-R-G.
What are you working on? Anything with the Dodgers this year on their blasphemous nights or anything else coming up? Anything big?
I've been running around from Good Morning America to one after another. I'm just dealing with the Pope, and I'm expecting that the ones who, the LGBTQII, whatever that is, plus people are not going to be too happy that he's not exactly in their camp. And so I hope to be defending Leo the 14th from his sharpest critics.
All right. Well, nobody better to defend, Bill. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for joining us.
You too now. Thank you.
All right, Bill Donahue. All right. Even though we differ a little bit on this, you heard him. He had the same thing yesterday. We bring opposing opinions here. I still think the immigration thing is huge. On the doctrinal matters that he talked about, yeah. More disciplined than Francis, yes. I didn't get into climate yet. We got to see more of what he says. But I do take, we're going to see if he's going to have a meeting with President Trump. But this Pope, and Pope Francis certainly, is a cudgel they use against Trump, the progressive media, the liberal media, the Philadelphia Inquirer. That's how it works. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. I'm looking at a headline from Breitbart. Newly elected Pope opposed gender theory. Yeah, I think he'll be solid on that. Coming to you on the side question, but first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Money gone. All right, today we're playing, rounding out the week, a pair of tickets to see Some Like It Hot at the Forest Theater on Tuesday, May 20th. Tickets are available at ensembleartsphilly.org. Some Like It Hot, the 4-time Tony Award-winning show set in Chicago during the Prohibition, combines heart, laughs, song, and dance. And don't forget, the winner of the week is getting a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood. Thank you, Jim Harvey, week after week. That is a great spot. So, Dan, I know you're floating some wild thing today. You've been on fire.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, well,
inflict another one on listeners.
You're the
here
one
at
that came up with the idea, Dom. You
That's
mentioned the
not
Peruvian pan flutes earlier in the Dawn show.
Oh,
in
yes.
the 11
I'm
o'clock
sure
hour.
I knew about pan flute.
And I promised that for Money Melody today, we'd have a Peruvian pan flute cover of a very popular song, Dom, in honor of our new Pope. So
all right, you got it.
I'm going to play a song, Dom, covered in Peruvian pan flute, and we want to know the name of the song and the artist. And Dom, I'll put a clue out there. The artist, a reality show star. I'll put that out.
All right.
Take a listen. Beautiful, Dom.
Riveting. Oh, I can all the way home. Get me a tape of that.
Henry, what did you say it felt like you were sitting where?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Oh, you said you're orthodontist. You were waiting for your braces to get tightened.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
I do feel like I'm in the waiting room right now.
Well, I told you previous to Dr. Bentz, Dr. Shapiro would play the, not the harmonica, the
accordion.
The accordion again. It brings back memories.
See, that's
Novocaine. How's the Novocaine? Play the polka again. Yes. All right, orthodontist music here.
We want to know, Dom, again, the original artist and name of the song.
Oh, my God. Both?
Yeah.
Okay. Original artist and name of the song. 855-839-1210. You got to earn those tickets to Some Like It Hot. We'll get an answer next on Talk Radio 1210.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just in time for Mother's Day, take 25% off all outdoor and patio furniture. That's 25% off stylish patio sets, comfy outdoor seating, and everything you need to enjoy the season. Create the perfect backyard oasis with their beautiful, high-quality selection. And here's a bonus for Mom. Get a free moving blanket with any self-pickup order. Don't miss these special Mother's Day savings. Use code MothersDay25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield today.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Goods Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
American Cardinal Robert Prevost has been elected the new pope, taking the name Pope Leo XIV. Born in Chicago, Pope Leo spent time in Philadelphia when he did his undergraduate degree in math at Villanova. No father for Phillies fans, though. He's been a White Sox fan since he was a kid.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, hit us with the clue, Dan.
Don, what you hear right there is a Peruvian pan flute cover of a very popular song. We're looking for both the name and the name of the song and the name of the singer.
All right, let's go to Jimmy in Philly. Jimmy, put us out of our misery with Dan with this Peruvian flute stuff. Who is it?
It's Lionel Richie. Hello.
Do you like the Peruvian version?
Oh, yeah, I have no idea.
All right. Make that man a pope. I'm not answering that question. All right, Jimmy, you're on hold. We'll get the tickets. You'll enjoy Some Like It Hot. By the way, Dan, Henry has been charged up over this. These guys keep on sending me stuff. This Feed Spot group in Philadelphia. Henry, they now have us ranked as the best podcast out of Philadelphia, 90th. And we were just 93rd the other
We
night.
moved up. Look at that.
We moved up 3 spots. Dan wasn't here. Keep him out of this.
Now,
They'll put us back to 95 then.
How sure are we of the legitimacy of these rankings? You think they're listening? They just heard us talking about it. They're like, yeah, let's throw them up again.
Well, they
the
put
latest
up.
episode,
wait
yeah.
a minute. They put up ratings from Apple 4.7 out of 5.
Oh.
They have my time in the 40-yard dash here, and they have the distance, the credibility of the football throw, which they say is
wrong,
not very doubtful. That's their
not
language.
very doubtful. That's like a double negative. So that means it
Come
would
on,
be,
guys, put that up. Get us to 89 by Monday. I know
think-
you can do it.
Well,
The
then I do
rankings.
question the legitimacy of this list. If they say that you can throw a football 40 yards.
Nick Cale couldn't believe it this morning. Somebody was on the YouTube thing while you were getting the car, and Dan threw a football 40 yards in his flip-flops. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think it went 40 yards.
No,
Definitely
it
wasn't
easily-
straight either, I can tell you
No,
that.
it easily went 40 yards. That was like a 42 or 43.
I think Henry's got an 80-yard throw in him.
No, but the
Like Joe
ringer,
Milton out there.
Greg Stocker didn't think the guy was a ringer. Come on, he shows up and he throws a football 65 yards, and he says he was a tight end in high school.
He was the high school football coach.
That's a ringer. That was the former mayor that brought a ringer. We have to do that again. We have to revise it. I think I can improve my throw. Definitely. I'm working on another football. That
I'm
may
winning
be
this
it.
thing.
Yeah. All right. Stick 'em is allowed. Just remember that.
I think-
Dan,
I don't need
that's
any
like-
fancy
no.
tricks or
Okay.
gimmicks.
I think the improving of the throw, that ship has long sailed. I don't know if we're going to get any more yards there.
Oh, I'm going to get a few more yards.
I think we're
out of this.
maxed out at 25.
No, this was a raw, windy day. I need a sunny day. Right there. That's it. Okay.
Referring to our conversation yesterday about the best-looking women.
Yes.
Newman Price says that Greek women easily throw 40 yards.
Ah,
Yeah.
very nice.
Some kind of fact I'd never known before.
I told it to Ro.
Compliment?
And Dan, what do you think Ro asked me? I said, it's only 5, and I started at the bottom with Russia. She was doubtful. What was she waiting for to hear the ranking of what country? Ro.
South Philly.
Italy. She couldn't believe Italy was not on the list.
It
I
is
said
hard
it's
to
not.
believe.
It is.
It's
No,
not
it's
on
really
the
hard.
list.
How
Yeah.
are Polish people number 2?
That was her second thing. She said, not that I'm saying anything, but does Dan know Poland? She's
And I
just,
don't like I have a lot. I've made so many Polish friends through this show.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people in Port Richmond. I don't mean to like, knock you at all, but I think we all of us Polish people can admit we're not the best looking individuals.
She found it strange that we were talking about that as we were waiting for the Pope to come out. And I tried to explain, this is a live show. The Pope was taking forever. We move on until we know who it is, and he comes out. We don't do what Fox does. Can you tell us more about when he comes out? It's not what people want to hear.
Yeah, we spend time talking about Greek women throwing balls 40 yards.
That's it.
Yes.
So the rankings were Russia was 5th, Czech Republic 4th, Greece 3rd, 2nd was Poland, and first was Colombia.
Colombia.
Yeah.
Sofia
And
Vergara.
In my
Beautiful.
list, I want to do the local list. You can hit me on Twitter throughout the weekend. I still say, all right, tell us where, Henry, you can think about it for a moment. That's why a prompt. Where in the area, we'll make the area 30 square miles or circular miles, would you find the most attractive women? I, of course, say Passyunk and Mifflin. It's rainy, but if you go right now, you'll find 4, maybe not 5, Miss Universe contestants. Drive by there. Where would you go?
Oh, we got a queen out in Ridley who's stealing all the headlines lately.
A queen?
Who's this?
Oh, you didn't hear about that lady?
Oh, the pooper?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, most
Pristine
attractive.
individuals.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't go to Delco, you're saying. Okay, Dan?
U
Where would
City.
you go? University City?
Are you kidding me? Yeah.
I mean,
There's women
have you
at
seen the
10?
girls on Penn's campus? It's amazing.
I have to eat my lunch some days waiting for the clock to hit 11 for parking on Walnut Street, and I would say,
Oh, come
no,
on, man.
that's not true.
You haven't sat there one day and be like,
No, I wish I
neither
could
have
park.
I. I'm sorry, neither have I.
I wish I
No.
could park at Mifflin and Passyunk, then eat it. So, Henry, do you have a place?
Oh,
Dan says
man.
UPenn. Okay.
30 miles.
University City.
Oh, man.
Ocean City? No, it's not 30
Nah.
miles. Yeah. All right.
Come back to me. Come back to
Come
me.
back
I'll
to you. All right.
brainstorm a little bit.
Yeah, so if it's not nationalities, where in this area would you go? Villanova? 855-839-1210. They got a Pope now. Is that really going to help them next year during basketball season? They just got a guy who left Kentucky, a point guard or something. So
I got a question from
yeah.
Gary coming in. Producer
Yes.
Dan, have I ever tried Polish duck's blood soup? I have
God.
not tried it before.
Oh,
have you,
okay.
Dom? Have you had Polish duck's blood
I'm
soup?
sure.
Yeah, you a big fan?
Nope. Just the Maryland crab. That's the only one I go with every week.
And Minnie says Dan can also throw Lunchables 7 feet. She's seen it before.
All right. And Greg Stocker threw in that contest. We didn't get the distance on that. We may have to take another look at it. But I do want to drive the tram car on Dom Day again, saying, Dan, you can make that happen
The
with
Ford
Mayor.
Maverick?
Yes. Mayor Ernie can do that, I'm sure. I'd like you to drive. Let's see, how you would drive it. It's not as easy as you think.
I'm a
All right, we may go to St. Peter's Square and Rick Santorum. We've been going back and forth, but we will get a winner today, so be ready. Hit us with that name change at 855-839-1210. First, let's talk, though, of going to Italy, Sicily to be exact. We've been telling you for a while about the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty. This is Mediterranean Europe and Calabria this fall. So I'm headed to Europe again with the finest tour operator in Italy, and that means everything taken care of, conservative tours, all this great package, $55.44, including airfare. The events, the dining events, stuff of legend. We've told you about it. You heard with Dawn Strip, conservative tours, same thing. We'll hit bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. We'll enjoy the Godfather tour, visit the locales from all three films. The crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina, we'll hit that. Just call them now and finalize your deal. Bring your group, 888-733-9494. The website, conservativetours.com. Mount Etna, the volcanoes, the Valley of the Temples. See me duke it out with Giuseppe right there in Palermo over gravy sauce.
It's sauce.
Today, it comes up again on the kale thing and all. It's just endless. This is Sicily. It's gravy country. 888-733-9494.
We're expecting some rain this evening and overnight. We'll get down to around 55. Tomorrow, high of only 62 with more rain expected. Saturday will be beautiful, high 74 and mostly sunny. Sunday, which is Mother's Day, we're expecting a gorgeous day, high of 82.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano Show, ranging the world. Let's bring in far-flung correspondent Senator Rick Santorum in Rome. Senator, welcome back. I know it's been very exciting, a lot of cell phone action here. I'm glad we got you.
It has been.
It's
been great.
We heard from Bill Donahue. He and I differ from the Catholic League. I'm still thinking this Pope, particularly on the issue of illegal immigration, is very troublesome. But Donahue, after a day of reflection, is coming around to him a little bit. What does Rick Santorum say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing some. First off, his homily this morning was absolutely beautiful. I mean, Dom, you wouldn't argue with the thing that was in that homily. It was absolutely right on. You throw on top of that, a story's just being reported that he told a group of cardinals at the dinner last night that he picked Leo the 14th because Leo the 13th had to confront the Industrial Revolution, and he had to speak into that, and the church had to provide some moral authority for that revolution. And he wrote a Catholic social teaching dealing with the Industrial Revolution one called Rerum Novarum, which I'm sure you're familiar with because it's central to how we are to, and it was a central thesis against communism, against socialism, talking about the subsidiarity and problems should be solved by the individual and the family, and then the church and the community. And there shouldn't be these big government organizations. Then he wrote another encyclical on the rights of labor, because there was the age of robber barons and laissez-faire capitalism. So it was a balanced approach and a beautiful approach that's still taught by the Catholic Church today. So this Pope said, Leo the 14th, he took the name because we're in an information technology revolution, and the church needs to provide moral leadership, that they have not been engaged enough in trying to steer, because you've got AI, you've got all these other things going on. And he felt like it's time for the church to step up and provide that leadership. So to me, that's certainly an awareness that Francis never had. And the good thing is that this is a man who's, unlike Francis, frankly, is very well educated, is a canon lawyer, is someone who is not going to speak off the cuff, is not going to give crazy ideas. He understands that the church has to provide solid, stable, and unconfusing leadership. And so I'm actually encouraged by that. And, I agree with you on immigration. I am concerned about, how he's going to approach that issue. I'm concerned about climate change and how he's going to approach that issue. But at the same time, I've been told, you can validate this, but I was told that he was one of the founders of the Students for Life at Villanova. So that tells me he's a strong pro-lifer, and I've heard that he's very committed to that issue. You had Cardinal Burke, who came out, who's one of the best, who said that he has a particular devotion to Our Lady of Guadalupe and the shrine there in La Crosse, which I've been to, which is the greatest pro-life shrine in America, and Burke wrote some very nice things about him. So I'm hearing what I guess here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that there's some things that conservatives can be very reassured about with respect to his pontificate, that are going to be fundamentally different than Francis. At the same time, look, he comes from the Francine wing of the Curia, if you will. I mean, they're the ones who were pushing him. So he is going to be. He mentioned the word synod, synodality at St. Peter's Square. That shook me to the core. So there are some things that that are going to be, maybe problematic, but there's nothing I hear that gives me any indication that he is not going to be, with respect to core doctrine of the church, he's going to be anything but solid.
Well, the point I like, and I know you and you know me, that I didn't like with Francis. He was an undisciplined guy, said wild stuff, then said he didn't say it, and all over the place. This guy's much more buttoned up, much more educated. That will be an uptick. But what do you make of the social media trail with him? Do you think he's, matured on this? Even the brother's saying he thinks Trump is cruel. That's the Philadelphia Inquirer today. That's where we're going with this on immigration.
I was in the United States Senate and I was doing welfare reform, and the church, frankly, you remember, Dom, they beat me up pretty bad. And
right.
I'm about as down the line Catholic as you can get. But the church has always felt that they have a role to take the role for the poor, and that they need to be strong in making sure that the poor are not abused in society. And I understood that. I didn't like the fact that they were coming after me on things because I thought it was too big government. But to say to Trump, you have to treat people decently, even if you're deporting them. You have to treat them with dignity and respect. I don't want a church that says don't treat them with dignity and respect. Of course, that's what the church has to say. So I mean, the area that we're talking about here, the immigration, because you understand the church well. That's an area of prudential judgment. That's not like abortion, which is always wrong. Period. It's always wrong. It's a strict moral teaching. It's an absolute teaching of the church. Immigration is not. Immigration, they recognize in the teaching, and I think he will too, that a country has a right to protect its borders, but they have to do so in a humane way. They can't be cruel about it. And so when I hear that, I say, do you not want him to say they should be cruel? I mean,
no, but let me challenge you on that. Do you think Trump is being cruel? Homan's being cruel?
The answer is no. But are there maybe instances where people's rights are not respected, or there's certainly reports of people, being maybe handled in ways. I mean, I don't know if they're true or not, but you see these reports out there, and I think having a church there saying you need to be humane in the way you treat the immigrant is not a bad thing, and they're not going to do anything different. They're whether it's a conservative or liberal, if you will, in the church, they're all going to say the same thing, which is treat human beings with dignity and respect. Period. And that's and I can't really argue with that too much.
Well, I can't argue it. Rick, thank you so much. I'm so glad to see you in this role, to be over there. And again, want to continue talking with you on a periodic basis. Nobody does it better. Thank you, Senator.
Well, I would just say, trust but verify. I mean, I'm not sold yet, but I am much more encouraged today than I was yesterday after his talk in St. Peter. So let's keep watching.
All right, thanks, Senator Santorum. Look, two of my favorites, but I'm not sold yet. And I don't know with the cruelty thing. I think that's not how I'm seeing it with what's going on here. You have to be careful, but I'm all on board with particularly the criminal element we're talking about, and the cruelty charge is going to be brought up again and again. All right, I want to hear what Leslie has to say on. Well, let me go to Leslie right now here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Leslie, good afternoon.
Aloha. I think we're going to need time to see where this Pope is going to fall. It seems like he'll swing the pendulum back some, but will it be enough is the real question. And Mary, who called earlier, God bless her. She's, I love her faith. The one thing God gave us is free will. So as much as they're inspired by the Holy Spirit, they still have free will.
Mm-hmm.
And the devil works just as hard as the Holy Spirit. So who knows why these popes or cardinals landed where they did with this pope. We'll never know for sure. He did come out of nowhere. I think it's cool that he went to Villanova. But otherwise, I don't know anything about this man. And it's going to take some time. He's going to need to prove himself. We're not just going to jump right on, especially after Francis, who's left so much doubt with so many Catholics. He's got a lot of work to do to bring the church back to center. So we'll see. It's he doesn't have an easy road here.
No, not at all.
To help get the church rebuilt.
Leslie, what I like, and we put a button on it with Santorum, I think he's a smarter guy. He's a better disciplined guy. One of my biggest things, with Pope Francis, other than the ideology, you talk about sloppiness and just saying wild stuff, then walking it back. I didn't say it. Just not good. Not a good, in addition to the ideology, this clearly is a better person to do those things. I think it's an obvious thing here. So that will be much better for everybody. Who's your person today?
Yes,
Nick, go
but
ahead.
on Francis, I think people say what they mean when they say it, and to walk it back made it lose. Made me doubt him more.
Yeah, without a doubt. Leslie, who's your person?
So I actually have a twofer because Reginald Dwight, a.k.a. Elton John, wrote a beautiful song called Candle in the Wind about Norma Jean Baker, a.k.a. Marilyn Monroe. And in that song, it actually mentions that he says they forced you to change your name.
Ah.
So
well,
I
he
thought
did
that
it
was
too, though. He did it too, though, Elton John.
Well,
so, yeah.
Well, he wasn't. I don't know that he was forced to, but
yeah, I got you.
So I just thought it was interesting that two name changes end up in a song.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, Marilyn Monroe is one of the all-time great name change for Norma Jean Baker. You think it's a country singer, and then it's Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah. I'm thinking of someone who grew up in like the Dust Bowl.
Was Sophia Loren really her name too? That is such an Italian great name. I hope that it was. Maybe that wasn't a name change. All right, 855-839-1210. We have.
Oh man, this is great.
Oh, it's very Italian.
Yeah, you want to give it a try, Henry?
Sure. Sophia Costanza.
Oh, she's a Costanza.
Yeah.
A Costanza.
Brigida.
Whoa, watch your language.
Right.
Sicilioni.
Sophia Costanza, Brigida, Villani, Sicilioni.
Now, the only Italian name greater than that is Gina Lollobrigida. You can't beat that as far as, I mean, that's just, If that woman's not attractive, they take back the name. Boy, that's a Costanza.
Gina is actually a stage name in itself.
And I told you.
Luigia is her full name.
Dan, the
Luigia
guy,
Lollobrigida.
the mayor of South Philly, Mike Raffredo, was a big fan of mine. He died right before he was
Chicken Alfredo?
He was going to fulfill my wish.
What's
Sophia Loren, not just calling, but in studio. Oh, my God.
Man.
Yeah?
Oh, that's it. You can't top that. Larry Krasner, Sophia Loren. That's a tough choice. I go with Krasner. That'd be more interesting.
I see a lot of Rowan, Sophia. No, I'm looking at Gina Lollobrigida, actually.
That's more. All right, 855. Who does Maisie remind you of? What movie star or public figure?
I don't know.
All right, Henry.
Reminds me of Maisie Borowski.
Okay, where is the
One and only.
Maisie Borowski? That's an interesting name. Henry, where's the place to beautiful women 30 miles?
I'll stay local, where all the New Jersey girls come in and they collide with the PA chicks. Westchester.
Oh, Westchester.
No.
All right.
Westchester's girls aren't.
I'm going to be going there tomorrow for a wedding, so I will fully report Hashunk and Mifflin versus Westchester. I'll be very
School's
fair.
out of session, though.
I'll be very fair on this. Okay, coming up, the lightning round on Talk Radio 1210.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at spectrumwp.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Hit us with that all-time name change like the Pope to Leo the 14th. Pat is a double here in Lehigh Valley. You also, where's the place to meet great guys?
Okay. The best place to meet a guy is where you have the highest ratio in your favor. I went diving in Bonaire. I was promised a ratio of 10-1. And
Wait, hold on. Is this something you asked the tour guide beforehand that you demanded a ratio of 10-1 and you were only going to do it if you got that certain ratio?
No, absolutely not. No, I went to Bonaire because I absolutely love diving. But
Gotcha.
they told me before I went, and it wasn't a tour guy, it was the master, my dive master. He said that they will be throwing themselves at you and even asking to carry your towel for you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like it was just, it was just like.
Right. So, Pat, who's your name change now? That's a great one.
Okay, now my name change is kind of a simple one. I'm a writer, a tech writer. I do write high technology stuff, but in order to be believable, I would put my first name as instead of Patricia as Pat. And then people, when they called me about questions, were really kind of companies and stuff. They were really surprised that I was a female.
Oh, that's pretty good. That is really good slice of life. One more, Ken in the Northeast. Ken, what's yours?
I'll make it quick, Dom. I'm just going to say Kris Kringle.
All right, very good. All right, we're gonna need. Let me see if there's. We're gonna need a little bit of time on this one. So Henry, I was impressed.
That's what got me. I don't know why.
No, I loved it too when I screened it.
I was impressed with Pat though.
Yeah, no, I love Pat's answer of her own name for technical reasons. I liked the Earl of Taconies of Albert Einstein to Albert Brooks. And then right there at the end, Ken Northeast, Kris Kringle obviously is Saint Nick, a.k.a. Santa Claus.
All right. Dan, how about you?
It's hard to say no to Santa Claus, but also cause for conversation was Joe and Exton's answer of Elon Musk switching Twitter to X.
Right. All right, I kind of like Pat's though. Tell me where I'm wrong. You don't see that as a
The only negative it's a personal answer. It applies to her.
You don't like
her
the
own
personal
way.
answer.
But,
Henry,
I think it's a good
can you counter that?
departure for once.
I like the personal answer. I want to hear something like
Oh,
that.
there you go.
I think it was a great call. I have to go with Pat on that one.
All right.
Let's put her into the hat, let's hear the big five.
Yeah, so Monday we asked for something associated with Mexico. Chuck in Newtown Square came up with Montezuma's Revenge. Tuesday we asked for that all-time medical professional John Royersford with Nurse Ratched, of course. Wednesday we asked for that all-time iconic photo. Drew and Upper Darby came up with Wilt holding the scorebook saying 100
let's
on
hope
it.
that wins.
Yesterday we asked for something associated with Britain, UK. Joan Columbus had bad teeth, and you heard it just now. That all-time name change for today. Pat and Lehigh Valley with her own name. And if we put all 5 of those into the hat, Dan, if you give me a drum roll, please.
So needy.
I am
Why
sorry.
do you need a drum roll? Here you go.
Suspense here. Boom, number 5, Pat and Lehigh Valley. You are today's winner.
Wow.
Right at the end, you talk about a close escape. We have to hear more from Pat. That was pretty good. It's Pat. Yeah, but I want to speak to the technical guy. It is me. Usually I agree with Dan. The personal answer gets us too much, but this one fit just a name change beautifully. All right, Pat, you have won a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harb's Burger Bar right there on the Boulevard in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com and get the seafood salad. Roe is on the menu recommending that big time. All right, happy Mother's Day to everybody. Roe and I are either going to go, Dan, to Smithville.
Oh, you got to go.
Or to the Bluebell Inn where they have those very thin pancakes.
Oh,
I don't
man.
want to hear their crepes either. They're pancakes.
Why don't you base it on
Bobby?
Well, first off, you're probably going to have to make a reservation if you want to get in the Bluebell, right?
I do have a reservation.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's at 9 a.m.
If it's beautiful, though, Smithville's the kind of place that you want to go spend the day at, walking around, checking out the shops. So
yeah, exactly.
Gonna
Well,
base it
thank
on
you
that.
for that. And we'll go over to Passyunk and Mifflin just to see Roe's kindred spirits. All right, everybody, have a great Mother's Day. Thanks for listening today. More on the Pope. Man, a workout. Donahue and Santorum on me today. Rich Seal is next for 4 big hours on Talk Radio 1210.
This May, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or a great lease offer on a 2025 Chevy Blazer, just $349 a month for 39 months. Or finance with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at #law, #529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950